That would be the title change since they can't say racist.
It's
The base.
like the Undertaker like biker rebranding.
Yeah, dead man fucking.
Wait a minute. I forgot. I'm not actually allowed to say racist, am I?
That's fine. You didn't say racist. You said
You said
racist.
race.
Yeah, that's why I put RAAAAAACIST, the racist prosecutor.
You should just like take out the T and it'd be better. The racists.
The Rossies.
The racists. You are being racist.
Oh, he's straight racist.
All right, good quality mic time.
There it is. There he is.
There he is, Derek. Dirk.
Dirk.
Oh, I won this on the boardwalk. Be fear.
God,
The Willy Wonka poster.
that is pretty.
The Willy Wonka poster?
No, the fucking.
I was about to say,
I'm not
like,
putting
what?
the stream. Just the Old Bailey is a pretty place.
Oh yeah.
Share that screen.
Ah, fucking.
Oh yeah, we need to go through this real quick.
I hate you, Discord.
It's all about the game.
It's like, oh,
Nah, you
share the
playing.
screen. What do you mean share the screen? Oh, well, it's not there. Well,
It is
no.
there. I'm on it right now.
What? Well, Discord. It's not working anyway, so.
All right. Well, let's
Discord,
prepare
very
for the
cool.
thanks, Discord. Viscord.
Discord.
Viscord. Oh, there you go.
Look at that
That
judge.
judge is beardy.
Hello.
Oh. Evil.
Means.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Sam. And now you won't either, because because Discord is dead. You won't get to see our reaction. Ha ha. I hate Discord so much. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, Carlos knows. We'll have to wait and see though. Customize Discord's appearance in the blah blah
This
blah.
game is very fascinating.
It exists. This gameplay really exists.
Really. And then you get paid.
Okay, is it working?
I'm on it. Carlo.
Carlos?
Oh yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah.
No, we
Yeah, I
just
see it.
wonder if
You see it? Good, okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Well, now I gotta Discord!
Quad.
It's cool.
Every time I hear Slicer sounds below the weather, I'm just like, damn, Slicer, you sound like hammered shit.
Yeah, but shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do Discord again. Yay!
Pain.
Because it's eventually going to just stop working.
PNGs aren't working either. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
PNGs aren't working because Discord froze.
Yeah, it's not,
Hmm.
'cause not a Discord yet.
Yeah.
Fully. It's not like registering yet.
Did you update Discord? Because that's what I had to do.
You had to update Discord?
And there it goes. Discord suspended. Yeah, shut up. Just fucking close. It's called end task for a reason. Don't keep it running in the background. Oh, well, the performance is in red. Yeah, no shit. No shit, OBS. Discord is fucking destroying my computer from the inside out. That happens, you know? That happens, you see. Come on. I hate dealing with this so much.
It's like once he has a replacement PC, that thing just getting a fist through it.
Yeah, if the old one's gonna get
That
exploded.
old, whatever PC replaces it is gonna watch as he murders his old one.
Is it
He's
working?
gonna look back and he's gonna be like, "Don't fuck up."
Is it working?
Yes, sir.
You.
The shitty company.
Is it working, guys?
Alright, I see it.
Okay, the PNGs aren't working, which
I don't know
means
if he is.
Discord's
Yeah,
dead.
He hasn't said anything.
I know you guys
I
are
think
fucking
you're
with
muted,
me.
by the way. I don't, cause we don't hear you.
You guys are fucking with me, I know. Discord crashed.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm listening to you on the stream.
Yeah, we can hear you on stream, but we can't hear you.
I hate Discord so much! I don't know why it did that then. Because I wasn't muted when I launched it. I hate this fucking piece of shit program so much. I'd be better off using fucking TeamSpeak. God. I'd be better off using a program from like 1998 that like hardly works, but works just enough.
There, I hear you.
Hello? Okay, so you can hear me now. Alright. Let's try this again.
Pull us up on AOL.
Is it working?
Yes, I see it.
Okay,
Yep, I
the
see it.
PNGs aren't working, which either means Discord's going to freeze in about 5 minutes completely and I have to restart it again, or it'll reboot itself and eventually it'll work. Who knows?
Let's give it a solid 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Because our end's kind of.
But nope. There it goes. Yep. Alright.
I can hear it. Yeah. Oh my, the fire is.
Is it not working?
No, it's still live.
Like I don't understand. I don't get it.
Discord.
Why is this program just such a piece of shit? Like I genuinely don't know what I can do. Are you guys still there, or did Discord finally fucking give out on me? Discord gave out on me, very cool. Give me a sec, I'm gonna see if I can like close down some external programs, maybe that'll help. Because my PC had to restart before... So...
About anything about that.
Hello? Oh my
Hello?
god.
Hey,
Here.
we're here.
Is it still showing? Is the screen
Yeah,
still working?
I see it.
Ah, fucking finally, thank god.
Just giving it a little bit just in case.
Fucking hell.
It hates you so fucking
Yeah.
much. It despises you.
I literally closed one program that wasn't even, like, an issue, and then it immediately worked.
Nice work.
It's like, alright, Wargaming, thank you very much for being the
I
thing.
helped.
He's just like, it's like, ah, and then you delete the one. Yes.
There you go. Now you can play.
Yeah.
You had that pesky little program.
Yeah, that program that's not doing anything.
Fucking I hate Discord so much.
I'm not even sure if it's Discord. I think it's just your computer.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I could wheel in the other computer like for Tuesday's stream and see if that's any better. I guess I can download Great Ace Attorney onto that computer, see about downloading OBS, but that would mean I do have to reset all of the like the funny PNGs and all that. Like I'd have to redo all of that, and like that's work.
That is
True.
work.
That is true.
Although
Good
to be
text.
fair, all I really got to do is like, I forgot about that.
He's
Why
like,
is it
"Not
doing
cool."
that? Stop. I forgot when I click off of the fucking... When I click off of Great Ace Attorney, it just goes. It's like, why? Why do you do that? But yeah, for that, doing the PNGs isn't the issue. It's like doing all the other extant setup. So it's like,
Right.
oh, you know, what works for this monitor and all that. That's the
That's
stuff
more
that I have to
annoying
do.
stuff.
Yeah. But oh, and also my PNG is a little too high, and I don't know why. There we go.
Now it's art.
Sorry.
Because otherwise, you start seeing like the cutoff point whenever I talk, and that's weird.
Good
But,
tech skills. Click buttons. Thank you,
Ugh.
Ryan.
For anyone that was here a bit for yesterday, by the end of it, we may have gotten a bit ahead of ourselves.
Just
May
a
have,
tad, just a tad ahead.
may have been, dare I say, enjoying ourselves with an Ace Attorney game.
Too excited. He's like, just a little more. Just a little bit more.
Let's just see a little bit more. Let's see what else is here.
Let's just get
Damn
to
near.
the end of this conversation. Let's just get, to the Old Bailey. Let's just get to the end of this guy's conversation. Let's just see the prosecutor.
And we had to be like, no, okay, stop.
Okay.
It's like
like
it was
that.
literally 4 in the morning.
Yeah. And they didn't feel like it, to be honest.
Well,
Nope.
I remember it was like, okay, we're gonna stop at the Old Bailey, and then all of a sudden we're at the judge. We see the judge. I'm like, oh, wait a second.
We just played case 3.
Are we just gonna go?
God.
Full send.
It wasn't even tiredness, it was your voice that hurt. That was like the only-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That was interesting. Okay, so before we like jump into this real quick, let me tell you what my sleep schedule was for the past 3 days. All right.
Oh god.
So, after stream on Thursday, I didn't sleep until 11 o'clock,
Okay.
where I proceeded to sleep for a grand total of 1 hour before I had to wake up and play D&D. Then, I went to a party right after, which lasted until about 9:30. On the car ride back, thankfully I was not driving, or else I probably would not have been able to. I fell asleep for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. And then, when I got back home, it was about 10:30. So I got upstairs, passed out, woke up at 3, didn't sleep until like 3 p.m. And then I woke up before we started streaming 8, and then we started streaming.
Jeez.
Total degen schedule.
I feel you though. My
Fucking
sleep schedule
scuff.
has been, my schedule has been fucked, dude. I don't know how it got fucked, but I fucked it up too. It's like I'll go to bed at like probably like around the same time, and then I'll just sleep until like until my body's just like, all right, you can't sleep anymore.
My main issue is like it's like getting a wind down time, but I get hungry, so I eat something, and that just keeps my body up.
Yep.
And I'm like, fuck, but I really want that sandwich.
It's just yeah, like you're either hungry or you're thirsty, or then I'm like because after leaving the stream, I'm like, okay, now I'm amped up, so I need to cool myself down, and I
Now
cool
gotta hit
myself down.
someone.
Yeah, I gotta fucking punch like at 4 o'clock. I'm like, okay, I need to calm myself down. 11 o'clock is like, okay, time for bed. I'm like, oh my god.
Such is the life of a streamer with no
Such as
job.
the gamer. The gaming.
The gamer prosecutor.
The gaming schedule.
But it's late right now, so I guess we should hop into it.
Right.
Hop right in. Unless anything else you'd like to share.
Nope. I do have the judge spiel
Yeah.
pulled up because I accidentally clicked through it.
Name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGuilded.
Sounds like Von
Carlos, the
Karma.
article.
It's too late. I'll do it next stream. why Dual Destiny saved Ace Attorney.
Oh
don't follow-
no!
That quote he put in is direct quote from that article.
The relaxation in the narrative framework is practically tactile.
He
I'm
makes
trying
some
to-
scenes that don't even happen in this.
Oh, wow.
Wait, is it
fucked.
satire?
No,
There's no way.
it came out the same time the game came out.
Cause that
wow.
seems like satire.
No, it came out the exact, like around the time when Dual Destinies came out. So it was a review, and he did it was confusing.
What
it was
the
on
fuck?
like an actual website.
So tactile means, it says, I looked it up. What does it mean if you are tactile? If you describe someone as tactile, you mean that they tend to touch other people a lot when talking to them. How the fuck does that make sense for a game?
Tactile, because it's the way you worded it is like if you describe somebody, not something.
Yeah,
Tactile
that's fair.
basically means it's palpable. You can feel it.
It's tangible.
Yeah.
Unlike Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny takes off the training wheels. Yeah, he said that. He talked about how he was in the middle of a Whole Foods when he got like the big twist of the case. He's like, "Oh, that's how it is." Like he had to think about a case.
You're a fucking idiot.
If he had to think about any case in Dual Destinies, that man is a single-celled organism.
Exactly.
Yeah, I touched Dual Destinies, and this was my touch. I was choking every fucking character in that game.
Yeah, no, I don't know what he was doing with that art. It was. I'll read it next stream. It's a fucking treat.
Oh, that's how that worked. Looking at fucking turnabout, like the scholar
Any of them?
turnabout, whatever that is. that. Oh, Means is a bad guy. Oh my god.
This man
Never
did
once
something?
did he spell Athena Sykes correctly.
True. He spelled her name with an S. The last
Oh
name with an S.
no.
Oh
This game he
god,
played a lot of apparently.
dude! I want to become a gaming journalist so I can fuck shit up like this.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
called
even have to-
he called Apollo a neophyte,
What? What?
What?
and he said
What
that
is
him and
that?
Trucy have no chemistry whatsoever. It's fucking insane.
What is that? Wait, what is a neotrite?
A neophyte.
Or does that?
It's like calling him a troglodyte. Like,
Yeah.
See, that's never once did he spell Athena Sykes.
like this guy literally just didn't play Apollo Justice.
That's what
Even
I'm
though
saying. I
he-
want to.
Unlike Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny takes out the blah 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 blah. All right, did you play Apollo Justice? Because if you're saying Trucy and Apollo have no chemistry, this is just stupid as shit.
Hold up a second.
Framework how Ace Attorney characters develop that applies to literally no one.
His framework, all of the original trilogy was Phoenix in tragedy. It's tragedy, moody phase, and then like mature in his eyes.
What? I just pain.
It was horrible.
Pain.
He also didn't even get the first case right of the first game. In the first case, when Mia dies,
It's like this guy doesn't even play the game.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either. That's how that worked. Yeah, okay. You're being paid by Capcom.
I was about to say.
We know you
imagine-
wrote this Yamazaki's team. Christoph Gavin.
Oh my
I
god.
forgot about that. God damn it.
It's like, I would love to be a gaming journalist. It's like, what do I have to do? Just review the game. All right, do I have to play it? Nah, just review the game.
Just make up words.
Just make it pretend you play.
Talk about those times when Edward bragged he was the chief prosecutor to Phoenix.
It's like use other people's lore to say
Lie.
Lie.
Seems that didn't happen.
no one else is gonna play it.
Be a game journalist for when Ace Attorney 7 comes out, and then only write about our lore.
Exactly.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
When
just,
Meekins ascended to godhead, I really felt that.
he was very kind to Phoenix because he knew could defeat him.
I also like the judge's gaming chair he has set up here.
Yeah. Look at that chair.
The razor.
The racer judge.
The Razer gaming chair. Shit.
The Razer sponsored judge.
Their dynamic shifted since Edward got promoted, and now in a way he double won.
That's a quote from it as well.
What the fuck?
Double one? Huh?
It's, we'll go into it to the next show. I'll pull the full thing out.
Oh
and
my
we'll break it down.
God.
Pain.
Oh
There you
my
go.
god.
Say the words, funny
I
man.
now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Old Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
So for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
No.
The word meta-narrative is used at least twice. Huh.
Meta narrative.
Huh? No, yes, of course, sorry. He asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, cling to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking dying because like those eyes please me. I'm hard.
Yeah.
Like
First words out of his mouth.
Your eyes.
You.
please me. You fucking have your mother's eyes.
I'm going to come right here.
Does it please the prosecution? I'm close.
Close.
Is that in this game or
No, we made up that quote.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
obviously the I'm close, but like I didn't know if they ever said, "Does this please the prosecution?" in
Probably
any of
says
the
it at
games.
some point.
Tron, I'm close.
Your Honor, I'm close.
I am close.
God,
Jesus, I'm spilling shit.
Full mast.
I will be. I'll be right back.
He's got the drip though. Like
Jack the
Count
Dripper.
Dripula.
he does.
Jack
Look
the
at that.
Dripper. He's killed somebody.
You.
Not yet.
Even the gallery looks better. Look at those silhouettes back there. That looks
Yeah,
cool.
they look. It's like it's better than seeing a face and you're like, what the fuck is the matter with your face?
What are you?
You're not even human. If it's just silhouettes, it's like, oh, that's cool.
Oh,
They're like-
Japanese boy.
He's talking to you.
Oh, Japanese boy. My little nipple boy. Little Nipponese.
my island boy.
My little islander boy.
I'm about to get racist. Are you ready?
It's about to get racist in here.
It's like every time I hear the judge, I hear a little bit of Von Karma. Not gonna lie.
There's no bit. It's just actually Manfred up there. England isn't an island, by the way. What are you talking
It's
about?
about to be rubble.
Yeah.
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
To my tip.
Hmm.
Scary dude.
Now, Mr. McGuilded,
Yes, my lord.
you stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
No. As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I
No.
don't know. I like to think that acts of chivalry do the Great Britain's empire proud.
Hey, Mr. McGuilded!
What a fine gentleman London has in him.
No. Mother, please, may we go and play?
Please!
Mother.
Mother, please! What do you say? Mother, please let me go play in McGuilded Park. You're 30 years old. Go.
It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGuilded.
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Because of the racist.
Beautifully put, Mr. McGuilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Dear God.
I'm the first 2, AJ's the middle 2, and Slice, you're the last 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, my lord, if the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh.
That alcohol. Boy.
I was gonna I was just about to do demo man, and I was like, is that wise? My voice probably won't appreciate that.
Won't like it very much.
I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Are these okay? Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury, yes, something we don't have in Japan yet, or ever.
Ever? That one time?
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors.
Why is it an even number?
The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the juror determines guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view.
But how exactly did the jurors give their verdict?
They say guilty or not guilty. That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes.
Hello.
Prosecutor Van Zeeks.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. Thought you announced your fame.
My lord.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
Burn my cheeks.
Man, he's got the fucking Kakyoin hair, and I never realized that until I got a good look at him.
So, what brings you back?
I want to destroy.
Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware of?
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
I love it with Ryu, his fucking whenever he gets doubted like that, his wristband it goes down.
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
You wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10.
3 days.
I can't believe they have an investigation period here in London.
Yeah.
The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason.
Sorry, thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the street of London at the time.
Oh, I rode in an omnibus once.
I know better now. A dagger that has been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that in the photograph as evidence.
Evidence, evidence, evidence.
Evidence.
A report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging due to okay.
Get fucked.
And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel?
Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGuilded's gloves has blood on them? Oh, great.
That's bad.
Yeah,
That's a bad
yeah.
look.
Yikes.
Yep.
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
But you know what they say, if the gloves don't fit, you must acquit.
How did I get into this? Let's take a look at our evidence.
What do they say?
Thrice Fried Mason. Wait, I'm sorry, his name is just Thrice Fried Mason?
Yep.
Reused thing. I think they mentioned it's like a nickname, kinda.
His
I know,
name is
but
just
you wouldn't
Mason
put
Van-
that in an autopsy.
I'm assuming they just don't know his name.
Yeah.
It's like, his name is Joey Badass David.
Don't say I was Big Dick.
Big.
Listen, man, when I die, you better put giant cock on my tombstone, man.
At least average.
Cocky,
penis on my
cocky.
tombstone.
At least average.
Stab once the abdomen of a knife whilst journeying in the omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging as a result from the trauma.
Internal hemorrhaging.
Very nice.
What words? Well, guess what? There's something hidden.
Yoshikage Kira.
His wrists are small as fuck.
He does have small wrists.
What? Is that?
Look at that band. Unspeckled band.
You can the
See, what
speckled
is-
man.
you look out the window, Sogi's just standing there.
Yeah. Jesus.
President
What's
of
that up
Nippon.
top? The left corner.
What
The
the?
mat
here?
writing. Yeah.
It,
Is that
nothing.
quotient?
It says da.
Da. Da. Russian. It's on his neck. Look at his eyes. He's awake.
Got a schnoz.
Look at his schnoz.
This looks like a face.
That's so good.
Eggman.
Professor Eggman.
That damned hedgehog.
That damn hedgehog killed me. He has a shitty hat. Gotcha. Gloves. Let's look at those gloves. That's blood.
This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day of London.
Well, nothing will come of grumbling now.
No. By the way, is Mr. McGuilded right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Pity. If only he'd been left-handed.
He's ambidextrous.
I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really.
Nothing. Wait a second, what's inside the glove?
Larry.
Larry, what are you doing inside the gloves?
Nothing.
Interesting.
Me when I fucking get you.
That's how you get somebody?
Anything else on here? I wonder.
Hey, can you flip it one more time?
Sure.
Okay, I was just making sure the lines, gaps weren't different sizes or some bullshit.
Never mind, I noticed something. Look at the
Yeah.
blood stain here. Oh, shite.
Oh,
No,
These just end abruptly.
that is true.
Oh, sorry.
Blood! Yes!
That ends abruptly, which implies that the blood was put on, like,
His hand.
during. Yes, on his hand. With there's something that was covering this side of his hand. I know you guys can't see my cursor.
No, we
but-
see you.
No, we can see it.
Oh, okay. Well, it implies that it was cut off right around here. So something was laying here, or in some way could not get onto anything else. And sure, there's this. But if his thumb was there, it would have seeped through anyway. Or at least it should have.
Like he put his
That
hand
may
down
have-
on something?
May have been a... No, like, there was something in his thumb at the time.
Gotcha.
So, could be the blade. But either way, it should really be seeping through. It shouldn't cut off like that. That's weird. Regardless of
I like the
anything,
method
but-
you're describing is the fact that he must have been holding the knife.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Been holding
it-
the knife, but it would have spread more. What he's basically saying is like it's too clean to be
It's
just like that.
it's too clean to be an obvious like thing. But what I'm saying is he's holding the knife, therefore it shouldn't have gone beyond the outside of his hand. It shouldn't have gone in.
Mhm.
It going in implies that he was holding the knife at the wound and he was like trying to stop the bleeding.
Well, no one cares.
Yeah, nobody cares. It's blood on the hands. Who cares? How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started.
Continuing.
More!
Oh yes. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
They must
It
have
was
been
the
playing
driver.
Uno.
We don't have Uno.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other
Don Cheadle.
was the accused Magnus McGuilded.
Oh? It's a weak ass point.
It's a very thoughtful point.
Weak.
In rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Shit. Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing.
Mr. McGuilded!
To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. I always succumb to it. Succumb.
Claiming to have been asleep.
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton?
Lilton.
Lilton? Lilton.
Oh, shite.
Shite. 'Twas a desperate sight before me. 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Bruh, now I sees what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach. I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
So they were like, yeah,
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
the beginning.
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Right.
Stabbing? Good dearie.
Order! Order! Order!
Oda.
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage.
Order.
And there
Order.
were witnesses to the
Courtroom.
crime. Order?
Oda.
This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Shock.
Oh, we're fucked. Guilty.
Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear.
McGuilded, did you do it?
I think we will hear the testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command.
Me when I fucking do it.
Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once.
God, I can see the mocap and just some of these animations. So good.
Damn, look at him. Look at that! Is that Tarzan's father?
The witnesses, your names and occupation. Alright, that's you, AJ.
Okay. Okay, hold on. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
I'm the middle one, you're the last one.
Okay.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
This was...
Oh, my name's First. Lady First.
He's a son.
He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy. He's the
yeah.
killer.
I make hats for gents. For gents. I forgot to do the accents.
Gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at the short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in the omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Guilty.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Dude, this is...
Jumping straight into it. Ooh, I like that.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Oh, that's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
It's a whip.
Yeah, because it's
the
a riding
horses,
crop. Yeah.
Yeah. I like the little details, like he's always facing sideways to look like a coin because he's a banker.
Ah.
Like, goofy. Neat stuff
Fun.
like that.
Ambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incidents in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel.
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what have happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage.
Are you fucking with me?
Shit.
Foreigners.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, my little Nippon boy, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
No.
Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning.
No matter.
Should have learned.
I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is.
Shit, let's go.
Footage?
What do you mean? The scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building.
What?
Here. What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus.
Meekins is carrying it with one hand. Yes, sir! Holy shit. Oh, they separated them.
So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers.
And only 2 people were inside.
4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had from atop the omnibus. And I should point out to you, to our foreign guests I should say, That there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ah, a skylight. Oh!
A skylight.
The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
I like the
Fucking
fact
hair.
that he's wearing a powdered wig.
Little nice touch. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well. You see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Put it in there.
Yeah, so to make up for the fact there's no investigation, you have the whole scene to investigate now.
Great.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence?
Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
Boss. What's inside?
Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
The scene of a murder. It's horrible.
Shit themselves. Oh, there's cases too? The hell was that?
He shit himself.
Yes, of course.
There.
Ah, it's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe.
There's gonna be a murder there.
Not just a murder, but villain Bolshevik is apparently set
Yeah.
to blow it up.
Right. It's gonna be one of the fucking Ted Tornado all over again.
What do you even do with a bombing case back then?
You just
Give
like,
up.
well, he did it. Yeah.
Give up.
Trey.
People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. They must be exploding!
About ready to fucking blow up, I see.
Get ready to cream that shorts.
George, that cream.
The seat has a handle, it seems.
What the fuck?
There's another body in here.
No!
This
Looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Feeding tubes. Oh, it's feeding, feeding tubs.
Oh,
Tools.
Shit.
All that good shit. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, I see.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
What's in the box?
Ah, that's a poster for the great... Okay.
The tower.
It's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin with the roof deck.
There doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin, at least.
Yeah, look at the pee stain.
Had blood soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab somebody in full view of another passenger like that, I wonder?
I mean, if you're feeling it.
That time of night.
And there was a lamp on, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Also, the fact that
Thoroughly check this out.
it thoroughly examined this carriage, by the way. Okay. Anything else on the inside, I wonder?
The door handle. The door. Oh.
Can't really look at the lantern. The door's just gonna send us back outside.
There's a weapon on the floor. Hmm.
That's all
It's
gonna
like a
be
little-
the same thing, I wonder.
It's like a little piece of.
He's not talking about evidence. There's something. There's like a little Easter egg hidden somewhere. It's funny.
Oh yeah, the outside of the omnibus.
Have you seen enough? Let's go. Let's go.
There's a little Easter egg somewhere.
Yeah, just right around here.
There it is. Little Phoenix Wright omnibus.
The fuck?
Job masters.
Well, you can certainly see the inside of the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
It's not good for us.
Can you not
Mine-
stay up there?
I mean, you can do
Okay,
that.
then.
Look at Beppo's fucking butt sweat.
God damn.
Jesus.
He shat himself in that seat.
He pissed himself in that seat. Nothing. I felt like there was a handle up there, wasn't there?
Up here?
Oh no, that was just the back of the bench. Oh, no, mind. Actually, is that a handle? What the hell is that?
It's a latch,
Maybe not.
I think.
Okay, then.
Because it's only there.
Alright. I love they put the detail though of the feet in the sweat.
Yeah.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from here.
There's people shitting in buckets.
So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so? Ugh.
Brr. I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late.
Does it say anything for the Phoenix?
Nope.
Wait a second, there's a bus.
Also, Baker Street,
Baker.
which is a Sherlock
Baker.
Holmes thing, I guess.
The big seat. That's where they're
Yeah, it's
sitting.
gonna be the same thing. Alright.
Brr.
Underneath.
The man down here.
No! It couldn't be. Still alive.
That's on the omnibus.
Shat on the omnibus.
That was
My
that
ass-
blood.
My ass sweat.
I was ready.
Wait, I can't back out. There we go.
I
Only
can't.
boost.
I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus authority. Blah 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 blah.
Thank God we did it.
Continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel.
Stray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights.
Yikes. Fuck you.
All right, my first cross-examination in a British court.
Ow.
Focus, Runosuke. Focus.
The British people are like, what the fuck?
The fuck did he just do?
Why'd he do that? Look at the eyes. His nose looks like a fucking sausage.
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir, yes. Heaven's so cold, it's freezing, in fact.
Oh yeah, we get the look.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. If I may, Mr. Fairplay.
What are you fussicking for now?
That last statement appears to have given you pause for thought.
Not really.
By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side one way or another. Do you have some affliction?
No, my neck hurts.
Not really.
He's not really willing to say anything, it seems.
It's none of your business anyhow.
My neck hurts.
They didn't need to do that.
No.
Beppo. The Bepster.
Why?
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Yes. Yes.
Excuse me.
His hat falls.
And you said it's just like standard
Yeah,
for
just
all.
one thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like one thing for all of them.
Mr. First. Oh, how may I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh, dear, sir. I hope it's not my hat that's troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see.
Mr. Naruto, even the witness can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful.
I wish it were that simple. Ba-bum.
Stop being-
Now let's press.
Now let's get some information.
Actually, wait, hold on. Now we can see his.
Yeah. No, no!
No.
Hold on.
I think you can just click on the circle and it'll just go over there immediately.
Yeah.
You got a little character
Excuse me.
portrait next to its name.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, Mr. Beppo,
Oh, me, sir.
do you have something to add in relation to the last statement?
Well, it's just one thing, sir. Wondering what's going to become of my omnibus, sir, after the trial.
What do you mean?
I can't help wondering, will no one want to ride in the car's carriage if someone was killed in? Will everyone want to ride in it? Yes, the car's carriage could be an attraction, maybe. It could be just oh, fucking Jesus! This is a swim moment for me. Oh yes, I think we will be.
Well, if you could just focus on the testimony for the time being, please.
Anyway,
So-
you.
I feel like Busta fucking Rhymes over here.
He's like, everybody get it.
Oh, mama.
Oh, mama. Oh, in my youth I was hitting women. Hitting on women, I mean.
Beat the shit out of women.
I was hitting on a woman. Oh, yes, that's, yes, it's freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's sir. I'm not traveling in the same part of the bus, of course, though, no.
There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example.
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No. Neither. Nada.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime then?
I have to say, the boss insists on running that he does every evening, the last bus of the day. Oh, but I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
Wait, when they get shocked, is
You-
it
you'll
going to
hear something.
automatically? Okay.
You'll hear something.
Nani?
Alright, real quick.
It won't point him out for you, but like you'll hear something.
Gonna be like, fuck!
It won't. You won't miss the noise.
Okay.
Fucking air siren.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. I'm an alcoholic.
Help me.
And you saw them through the skylight of the roof on the carriage.
That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet.
Squiddy.
Squiddy. Guilty. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view.
So I'm assuming he was sitting back here. The other
Yeah.
guy was sitting here. Otherwise, they're
Oh, man.
Me and the boys.
Me and the boys, hands together.
The 2 of them was wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. but there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGuilded.
How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGuilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGuilded. There's no room for doubt here.
Someone put his body in there.
I really wish there was. Actually, I kind of agree with you. Let me show you what I mean.
Huh? So let me show you.
I'm showing you what I mean. McGuilded was in this seat.
Yeah.
Inside the drawer. The killer sat here. The victim sat here.
Yes.
After the killer stabbed him, he got up and swapped his seat, making this guy think he was moving back here. But really what he was doing is retrieving Mr. McGuilded, putting him here, and then putting himself on the inside. After the police took out the body, he got up and left. That's my current theory.
Interesting.
I thought Mr. McGuilded was just sleeping at his house and they just put his body.
Alright, hurry! Put him in the carriage!
This isn't my house.
I'm going to give myself pause here. This isn't my house still.
Blimey, there's a
all these
bleeding
men.
man. There's a bleeding man.
It's stupid.
Stupid.
Oh, right, he's Irish, whatever.
No, yeah, he's stupid. Stupid.
Daft? Okay. Nope, no, that's not what I wanted to press.
I stabbed him in the guts!
Knock his guts up.
You actually saw the exact moment it happened. I don't know
Didn't
why
I
I'm
already
accented
testify
now.
to that? He's already acclimating to it. I'm gonna hit you with my fucking cane. Are you fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
No.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got us back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more
My lord!
Number 3? What's the meaning of this?
My mind made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other than they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me! Fire!
What the fuck?
There's no point time.
That's how you fucking change the scale?
There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
Precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of this jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
Legit just about to end his career.
You just lose for pressing one statement.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Well, in my book, it says you're fucking shit up. Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the member of the jury give their...
How the fuck do they, like, accurately through fire? How did they smash it? Okay, go to the left.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scale of justice, as we saw a moment ago.
So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean...
Yeah, he's fucking dead. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance.
I like that it actually shows, yeah.
Counsel for the defense, please continue with the cross-examination.
This is a nightmare.
Fucking scary. Make a better fucking hat.
Also, one moment. So, he stabbed him. Actually, I can go through this one, it's fine. He stabbed him, you say. And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yeah, that's right, sir. I was on the roof seats. Remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed? I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see? So I was just gazing absent-mindedly at the ground. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking out right from his belly. That huge, great knife.
Belly? Sight indeed.
I don't really think it was a great knife, but...
It's a great sword inside of him. A bastard sword.
That didn't help me at all.
Yes, quite, yes. God, type it.
The jury looked like they're even more convinced of my client than they were before.
She's like, oh yeah, Hulkamania. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGuilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Evidence!
Mr. First,
Oh, yes, sir.
is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it! The very one, sir! Is that...
Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial.
Oh no.
The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Please, no.
M for Magnus, or perhaps McGuilded, possibly. Take your pick.
Why'd you say Magnus?
That's his first name?
What the fuck?
Magnus McGuilded.
Oh
It
my
seems
God!
that this particularly big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
God, fuck.
We could-
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes! Like in Mason!
Oh.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused.
I don't know if they did that on purpose, but it was fucking when he said objection, it was weak as fuck, and then he slapped the table weak as fuck.
No, that's just the objection for the English version.
Oh, that's kind of weak.
Objection!
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
I think of it as polite.
Very true, it could be.
It's like, objection!
Please don't insult.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Uh-oh.
No. One moment.
What are you
About to
doing? I was going to talk about something.
Sorry,
Shut up,
hold on.
woman.
That's a W.
Damn you. Oh yeah, look, Willy Wonka.
I want to become famous.
M
Want to become famous?
W.
Does this belong to you?
No, it couldn't
It
be.
does.
Anyway,
W.
fucking-
Fellas, your case ain't getting better.
Goodbye.
It really isn't. Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka killed him. Oh no. Okay, there you go.
He's dead.
Are you dead? Good sir.
Account created yesterday.
They're getting bolder.
Fucking God. Getting both.
There's no music anymore, and I don't know why.
Because the lady was doing like a big dramatic thing, and then you.
Oh. Ornate
Excuse me,
letter
shut up.
M. Undeniably, Mr. Magnus is McGuilded.
I love the thing is like, sir, I would like to say, shut up. Look, it just stares at the knife.
And it's beautifully gilded, too. Must be very valuable, I should think.
Ah,
What is it?
look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
W?
Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it.
I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I am sure is that this is an M.
Oh, well, the idea was quickly quashed. Is it
Damn.
really?
There you go.
Is it
It's
really?
like
Does
they
it really
know.
have to be an M? That's
It's
interesting.
the fancy curl of the
Yeah, I figured like because it's at the W, like it's at the end of the W that you would normally finish like
Yeah.
last. You know.
It's actually it's for the M. It's actually the opposite with that. Like you
Really?
would start with the M. You start with a curl for that sort of script.
Really? Okay.
No, I just made that up. I have no fucking
I,
idea.
all right.
You fucking ass. Bald point. Pen.
That part is the sheath, isn't it?
Quality nib.
Are you alright, Mr. Neruda?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave you Kuruma then. Those don't seem like the swords of a man with a large katana sledged from his waist.
That's not the blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's just see what the blade looks like.
Broken.
Ugh,
Yeesh.
Yeah.
That's
Not good.
cringe.
Cringe. Why is it folded like that?
Folded like what?
Like it's the blood is upwards.
What?
What do you mean?
No, like it looks like it's at a point. Maybe that's
Yeah,
a
what-
sheath.
'Cause-
Not the blade itself, like the blood mark. Or is that just me?
Well, I think what he's saying is that the blood doesn't drip naturally; it drips downwards. But if you look at it like this, you can actually see that this middle point here is like raised up. So that means the blood would drip down like this. So that's accurate, or at least it should be. Otherwise, they're
Unless-
lying to us.
Lying.
I just think it's weird because it's like it goes down, but then it goes
It
to
do
the
go down.
side. But wouldn't
Yeah.
it still go down in the middle too?
Well, no, because the middle part's raised down here. You can see that this
True.
middle part here
Yeah.
is raised up.
Yeah.
It's actually
Okay.
designed so that the blood would fade like that.
Someone's like, I don't want blood all over my blade. Make it level.
It's the reason why it's like that is so that blood doesn't get on your hands.
Yeah.
Fair. Cool. Cool.
That looks like a lot of blood.
It surely is blood, the victims.
An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood.
I would hope fucking so. Do you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust.
Blue bloods.
Yes, I do understand.
I was just about to make that fucking joke, you asshole.
Get fucked.
My lord, if you'll forgive the transgression,
Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGuilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However,
Oh no.
those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
Yeet. Yeah, we're about to lose.
No!
I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
Okay, calm down. Oh no, man.
I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the logical conclusion. Die.
Yikes.
I'm afraid to press the last one, I'm not gonna lie.
This is scary. It's like there's no penalty, so it's like even scarier. It's like what?
Not again.
That's 4 out of the 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. Fuck! There are only 2 left, and it's the elderly people.
We've had it. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Oh, God.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
Suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
God damn.
Tempo.
Sausage
I'm afraid to
dog.
press, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking scary.
Because I don't know if that's a scripted event for the press, or if that's because I pressed too much because I wanted to hear all of their goofy shit.
I'll leave that up to your
I
imagination.
have no idea.
Did
Shoot.
you save?
Yeah, I should probably save just in case.
Look, I'm
Scary,
looking
dude.
at you.
You better save.
Better fucking save the game, shit lips.
Shit,
I fucked your mom, shit lips.
I'm gonna get the whip in my hand.
I'm gonna whip it nay all over your grave.
We're fucked.
What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would passenger, sir. Yes, collapse on the floor he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
No, the shit maker. Yes, him. And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this.
By the other passenger, obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGuilded.
And then plunged down like this, stabbing the passenger in the belly.
No.
That doesn't line up. If you witnessed the moment of the stabbing, how could there have been a scream?
Oh.
What?
Guilty. Guilty.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh no.
My lord, I wish to speak.
Sir, number 5, do I take it that you too?
As master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murdering being committed in one of the city's carriages is absolutely abhorrent to me. Wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Yep, no. Silver blazed. The finish is in sight.
Jesus fucking Christ. What if it falls on the judge?
Bebo's a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir.
Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
This is why I like the grandma. Grandma's like, ah. Go ahead, grandma.
Go ahead, Granny.
Madam Juror number 6.
He's pressuring the witness. Your
Yeah,
Honor, he's
on the
pressuring the
job
witness.
here.
Your Honor,
Your Honor,
please,
Your Honor, Your Honor, he's pressuring the
Your
juror. He
Honor,
can't do this.
please.
Impartiality.
They call me the guilt hunter.
The guilt hunter.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Interesting.
I was about to say, couldn't hear anything.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around the same time of day and sit on a nice bench get on with my knitting.
And?
There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGuilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have had it in him to take another man's life.
You're always doing wonderful things for the city.
That's right, a man like him wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Hey, we going to the McGuilded Public Library to borrow some books.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know?
He did it.
What kind of man Magnus McGuilded really is?
What kind of man is he?
The philanthropist, Magnus McGuilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with very darkest of souls.
What?
Stone the crows!
McGuilded lends money at exorbitant rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make us use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that...
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGuilded.
I'll be right
But
back.
let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious!
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts.
But why would he... Kill? That makes no sense.
And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGuilded.
I don't believe it!
If I might add something briefly,
Mrs. Sato.
you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGuilded. But where's your evidence to support your claim?
Wine.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law.
There it is! Lord Venzing's hallowed chalice!
How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh,
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
A marvelous toast, Consul! I will gladly accept this new evidence. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over me eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
Well, before we lose, let me just... let me take a look at this. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
do you really think that we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps? Actually, I wonder.
I assure you, we will not find Mr. Shom's name inside.
Well, let's see what we can find. Damn, I was really hoping there would be like an M on the outside here or something that we could say like, okay, so this connects to the knife, but there isn't. I mean, without a doubt, say, you know.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is so well off.
Goodness,
What is it?
look at this. Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? I mean, it does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh, yes, of course, the banker! Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
Possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Interesting.
How curious. Oh no, it's me.
It's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel!
Well, F. Unfortunate.
Oh, still. Maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before...
I don't stand for nonsense.
Changed it in the fan, it was just no mercy. It's really scary.
God.
Dead.
How is it? The last juror's decision.
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes.
You were in the middle of saying something before the footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the... Court proceedings are suspended, and presiding judge will deliver final verdict and sentence. And then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summonation examination of the jurors at this point.
A summonation? Examination?
A summonation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Well, if it's in the books, shouldn't that mean it's still...
There's
you know,
no
legal...
rule in law.
Doesn't that mean that there's still legal proceeding to do it? What even is it, Mrs. Sato? The so-called summonation examination.
Well, one moment, and I'll read about it. There.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions?
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use summonation examinations to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure becomes something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
So, how fucked are we?
Pretty bad. We got leaks proof that McGuilded was essentially a loan shark, and he was pretty much stealing everyone's stuff around town. That's how he got his wealth. And the date of the murder was the collection date for Mortar, who didn't have any money. And all the jurors have voted guilty. And we're now trying to assert a right to change their mind.
Right to change their mind.
Because it was devoid of purpose.
This is
Also,
what
we
happened.
learned that the banker guy was in the was also someone who owes money to McGuilded. Or not McGuilded. That's his
You pronounced it wrong twice. McGuilded.
Yeah, that's what that's what his name in the fan translation was.
McGuilded.
McGuilded. I'm used to McGuilded.
Yeah.
And this is what happens when I go heat up Mongolian beef.
Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
McGuilded fucking shanked that man, changed my mind. That's what I'm trying to prove.
I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting to shut your fucking mouth. That although it may be
Antiquated.
antiquated, and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct.
My God.
The assistant doing stuff.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto-san?
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
Summonation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat?
Forget it.
I'm sorry.
Forget about it.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summonation examination, my lord.
Holy shit! No.
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summonation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain banned.
But if it's our right, it's our right! I believe we could, I believe it could prove vital in this case, or whatever.
This is
This petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summonation examination.
God,
Damn.
yeah, no, the objection is so weak compared to the
told you.
Japanese.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
This is madness.
madness.
That's fine, I'll just be replacing it from
Yeah.
now on.
Every time he says, "Objection!"
Objection.
Objection.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, so you see,
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
Because fuck him.
on what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
Imagine that this is the fucking it's like we think we've decided he's guilty. Can you give us a reason? I mean, haven't you? I probably should give one.
I don't really hope with all this justifying luck.
Bitch.
Seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, in the summonation examination. There we go. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. Might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
Turn it about.
Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGuilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Do that.
See, this case is so because it makes him seem like a scumbag, but he could still not be, doing murder. Take us forward.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck this chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
Oh yeah, that's me too.
I've simply typed and collected all the... No. I've simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far, and drawn a logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair's our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence in years. 4 pence.
What the fuck?
Not 5.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars... it beggars belief.
On the floor?
What? She doesn't even know what's going on.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Nah.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
I can prove 3 out of...
Yeah, half of them wrong.
It's like, I can prove half of these people to be fucking idiots.
Well, I mean, I'll give the leeway to the grandma,
Yeah,
even though
the
it's,
summation examination theme's really good.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is.
Well, let's see what we can do. We need these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. Read the book. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, it won't work. Once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Now, your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you the more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Show them evidence, I mean? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about the British law, Mr. Naruto.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then?
If I read the book again, well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your argument.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they all hate each other. They are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. Tear them apart. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
This is amazing.
Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off!
Can we start the proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord!
Yeah, because since he's the defense, of course they're gonna be like, "Well, you want to defend him," but if you get your own people, yeah, that's already.
Oh, I can press them! Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Save!
I don't think there's gonna be
made
an
before
issue here.
SOJ. Made before SOJ.
But I will say
Right.
anyway, just in case.
Fucking
I already
nuts.
know which ones go to which, but I
Yeah.
want to press them because
Yeah.
fun.
I was gonna say if you didn't notice it before, if you press it, they're gonna say which ones are weird. This is the only time they do that
Okay.
for the tutorial.
Oh well, yeah, obviously, but yeah, she goes with him. The grandma goes with the other guy, and then she goes with this guy. So
Rose puller.
So I already know which ones go to which ones, but it's easy enough to
Yeah,
to do that.
honestly, I was gonna say if you were gonna press like solve it first, but you already know which ones is what. So it's
Yeah.
fine. This is the only time they hold your hand with it.
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGuilded were alone inside the carriage.
Precisely my point.
But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet?
Such as?
Well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now.
Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes, but we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have.
I like the fact that they changed it so that he's on the witness stand. That's very cool.
Yeah.
This is on a tighter budget than SOJ too.
God
oh my fucking
damn.
God, what happened, dude?
I'm sorry, I was eating. Oh dear, it doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternate point of view, does he?
No, I'm gonna have to pit the jurors against one another, like Sasato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed.
Apollo drinks on the stand. Susanoo eats on the stand.
Oh, not what I want.
Oh, dear.
I'd like to press, please. But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is?
Manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts.
I see.
A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it?
Yikes.
That's a saying in your country?
My point is, a man who minds his figures is the man you can trust. Those of us in the service would swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing?
If the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGuilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish.
Ah, now, wait a minute. One of the blah 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 blah.
Money.
Now would be a very good time to listen carefully. Listen carefully.
Oh, hi, Peachy.
Hello, Peachy.
Hey, Beijing. You're
I should
late.
expose it by telling them that they're stupid. Yes.
Yes, they are all idiots.
Yeah. I just want him to like stab her like completely.
Yeah.
It's like Jesus, bro.
She just came
we're
home.
defending
Oh, what'd you say?
I was telling Peachy, we're defending a loan shark.
Yeah.
We got a guilty verdict, and we have to change the jury's mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Careful, you could hurt somebody with that.
You're a fine one to talk. What of the sword hanging from your waist, hmm?
That's fucked up, Peachy.
No, that's my battered soul.
Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words.
Well, how did you get that nice
That
suit?
seems very unlikely, doesn't it?
Are
And
you
a knife.
mad, man?
They're all stabbing people, those rich people. Hmm? Now look at my knife and my fancy suit.
You think I don't stab people? Oh, absurd.
Man, I'll stab anyone.
Are you mad, man? Are you a madman? I know that small shorty is a melody in my head. He's a rotten Shylock.
Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but
Mr. Naruto, please be careful what you say.
that's not any worry.
He's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate than as
Us.
far as I'm concerned.
Us in heavy air quotes.
He is as guilty as something. Wait a second. He's as guilty as. He's as guilty as sin. The man can hang.
Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say blah 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 blah?
About this thing?
Blah 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 blah?
Why don't you just choose it already?
Blah 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 blah.
What are you
Grilled
saying?
Grilled cheese. That's the face of grilled cheese. Come on. Oh no.
I want to know they're saying.
Oh my god.
What have you been doing all this time?
What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings.
And what have you learned from that?
Don't trust the Japanese. For example, at this moment in time,
Whoa.
the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derivatively at your remarks 7 times in total. And, I might add, each time you have got like a simpleton.
Thank you. And what was the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you thought the defendant is guilty?
No. This is a conclusion I've drawn as the result of the copious notes I've typed.
Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion.
Please don't distract me, it makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-taking.
This is going nowhere.
Shut up.
Bubba. Yeah.
He is a bear. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus. Oh, that's right. As the guild master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together.
Good luck.
Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words. And it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or his buses that he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of the guild is reliable and trustworthy, so if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow is the dark as guilty as sin.
Grandma, no!
Grandma.
I really think you should stop waving that needle around.
You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this.
Simon.
I'm his grandmother, you see.
God.
Great grandmother.
Great grandma.
Yeah, or great grandma, because she's
Yeah, probably
whatever.
corporate.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's early 2000. Yeah.
Yes, that is what he said. You're right.
McGuilded Park is such a lovely place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there when I get on with my knitting. I had thought anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. Suppose I was wrong.
Sad grandma.
Whoever would have thought he was a miserable murdering money launderer without a scrap of remorse?
Angry grandma.
Oh, help. She's sure as can be that he's guilty now, blah, 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 blah.
The old lady is very mad.
Sasato.
No, that's me.
So, we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other.
Yeah.
Which is so much easier said than done.
That was weird.
Is that perhaps what you were just thinking?
That's why.
How did you know?
Just look at your face, man. Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just a situation. Shall I read you what I found out?
It's
I guess
just
I'm
a
a little
rules
long.
again, essentially.
No.
I'm afraid. If I have to rely on advice right from the start, how will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were thinking?
How did you know?
Oh, that sort of attitude. It's most admirable, Mr. Harada.
I know what I have to do, so let's listen to those assertions one more time.
I'd be like, wait. How'd you know? Woman, man.
Blink.
And they have them evenly spread out. Man, woman.
Those two statements are clearly contradictory.
Explain yourself, Captain.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
A sail on Silver Blaze's main, the name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares.
This is scary.
Right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leads a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why?
Why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication...
Oh my god, 18 pence.
It would be 16 pence.
Okay, never mind, I'm an idiot.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely one person's fare.
One person's fare.
Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
It's just...
Bruh.
This can't be right. Coachmen of the guild are good honest men. One and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
Imagine being a grade ace attorney and not being cum.
It's really kind of pathetic, really.
Yeah. Talking to the jurors.
You read this one, right?
Yeah, you read.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I beg your pardon.
Talk to yourself.
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let a nefarious character ride on his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end,
Recanting your statement? Well, according to my book here, he simply launched a ball of fire on the innocent defendant. Onto this innocent side of the not guilty.
Hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and...
Shut up.
Wait till I get my hands on you, Peppo!
Bitch. Oh, it shows the color of the thing, too. White.
Yeah, on the background.
This is all very irritating. Oh, no, no, oh, no.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
He's like, great, googly moogly. Jesus.
Yeah.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, okay.
Really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. You did it. If we manage to change 2 more jurors' mind, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
So we need to pick 2 more, blah, 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 blah.
Do it. Exactly. You can do it.
Scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
We need this in real life.
And they have different text now, too. You can't press it, but it's different.
Thank God. Let you press it. It's like, are you sure about that?
Nice. Anyway.
Didn't need to do that.
These guys are baller.
This game is filled with that. They didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, give
but
me
it's a
1
good.
second. There's something in my eye and it's bothering the hell out of me.
It's a good. Didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
It's like when game designers like put extra detail in like the grass or something like that. It's like you didn't need to do that, but it's nice.
I appreciate that you did that.
I appreciate you making the game better. But the story is shit.
It's fucking dog shit.
But the graphics are good. Last of Us 2. Bro, it looks
Objection!
like he's grandma.
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory.
Blow my knife!
Exploding games, post haste.
Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap, Borderlands 1, 2, and 3? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
You forgot the pre-sequel.
Damn it!
We've heard from more than one witness. They all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see that I'm busy? Oh, we went.
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Ha! Want to test me, do you? Yank! It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
That was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stopped a poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move! Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches! What a muddle!
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh,
But why? Why the dick would they lie?
I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Kumquats.
Kumquats.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. Can't abide by people telling lies. No mercy.
No mercy.
Die.
The scales.
Not even.
I don't believe it! Ah, I fucking clicked off with it. Whoops.
How the fuck did he do that?
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Uh-huh? But me?
Dark.
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
Why does the defense attorney have a sword? Because he's Japanese.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Short answer, he's Japanese.
The defendant's virginity.
We know he has to fuck.
Yeah, that's the
He
fuck.
fails.
Yeah, he fails. He loses the battle.
Weep.
Weep.
I read this one.
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and the young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again.
What?
This old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that?
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why should I take this and should take this knife to you?
Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you?
Shove it up your eye.
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did
No.
the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime?
Maybe.
Out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come out with it.
Alright.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction.
Carlos, of course.
So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
What?
Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
What do you mean? What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
One stab wound.
Trying to... it doesn't actually say there was only one stab wound.
The, on the front part of it says it. Like there.
Oh,
when you see it
single.
right there.
Okay, single stab wound. Okay, cool.
Why is badge?
Why, I
doing
don't
that?
know why it's not fucking said in here then. That's weird. Why is the badge doing that? Badge. This one?
What badge?
No,
Oh,
we typed
oh.
badge. and it-
Yeah, because if you type it in all caps, then
It does that.
yeah,
Badge.
Badge.
it's an emote. Anyway. Take that! This is the victim's autopsy report.
Who?
According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once.
Only once?
Oh my god.
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means the witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times.
What the fuck?
Alright. I concede defeat. Yeet.
I like how Ryunosuke's doing Asogi's table slam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning not guilty.
You've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won!
Have we?
No. What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Keep calling me Dandy, I'm gonna fucking shove this sting up your ass!
That's essentially what he said.
No one deceives me!
But we had a consensus.
I'll sense my foot up your ass! I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'm gonna lick this blade right in front of him. I'll take the razor sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head.
It's fucking gross.
Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, it is quite a remarkable turn of events.
I do say
The
that.
defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty.
Oh dear.
Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to advocate. And the trial must continue.
Charles like, what the fuck?
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
You know Vortex is just like, yes. Excellent.
Old man Banzig, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
He's pouring himself wine or grape juice.
Come,
Baja
Chalice.
Blast.
Baja Blast.
It's a good year.
Good.
Anyway,
Oh, that was a waste.
having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Yes.
Yes.
It's cold in here, is it just me?
As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury.
Edgeworth, but edgy.
Oh,
Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Don't zoom in on his face. Uh-oh.
Bring forth the witnesses once more!
I'm scared. He took off his... What's the other word for cape?
Are you defending the Irish? It's true.
Look at that drip!
That is
And
drip.
he's got like the prosecutor's badge on him.
We're defending this guy.
A 48-year-old man. How old is the race?
He's like, yeah, 32.
Jesus. The old people look fucking horrendous. What's up, Grandma? Grandma always looks nice. If you're defending...
Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
oh yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires as in your previous testimony, you
Gamer
are attempting
first.
to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus.
Gamer face. What the fuck?
You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, mio dio, shit.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Shit, I'm gonna fucking die. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fitted us on the fare, he did. When I saw that blood-curdling sight as well, it's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGuilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh yes, he should stab him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. Yeah, no, don't mind me lying.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed.
Oh God.
The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little coznage.
Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry. Master, please, my eyes.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you should know that. Might I understand you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny fare?
Night, Tommy.
Night, Tom.
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
Damn it. Oh, there's something in my eye.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Now you die.
Now you will die.
Honestly, it looks like now I have to kill you.
You will go into the scales as fuel.
No, no!
You will go into the scales as fuel for the
There is no perjury charge, only death.
Jesus. It's only death everywhere you go.
Only instantaneous death.
Welcome to England.
Go into the pit of fire.
You are now fossil fuel.
You're now my little plaything. Not peg thing. Plaything.
Plaything, he's fucking dead. This Mongolia beef is good.
Mongolian beef.
You will be sentenced to Mongolian beef.
No, no!
No.
You must fight the Mongolian beast.
Yeah, you must go to Mongolia and have beef.
I'm so sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. Disgrace! Your little selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus last week.
What?
4 passengers on the 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. Math. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the results come out differently.
No, that figures.
Shinsekai.
It appears that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained.
Kill him.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely.
So Beppo is
Ooh.
done for.
Ooh! The backgrounds on the eyes.
Very nice.
Stained glass.
It's like light and dark. For the hot, heat, and cold.
Racist and not racist.
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make that last run of the day pay. I was cold, and it was all I could do to stop myself.
Is this different now? By the way?
You'll hear there'll be like a thing
No,
for it.
like the actual pursue,
No,
like
no.
the blank one. Okay.
No. It's always one set one for a character.
Okay.
I believe at least, unless they did some fucking insane shit. I
I'm
doubt
getting chillplains just listening to you.
It was terrible. I was about wanting to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman to deserve an extra penny passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night, then we could have had another suspect.
He killed them. All of them.
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Hold on. Blink.
Excuse me.
If I may, Mr. Fairplay.
What are you fossicking now? Yeah.
No, alright, yeah, it's the same thing because we're allowed to skip through it.
What are you doing?
Don't look at my butt chin. Please. Very sensitive about it.
Hold it.
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you I did.
5 pence across the board?
It's not something to be proud of.
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried.
I like the design of the prosecutor's badge here.
Looks really cool.
I'd have been happy if it ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the ferry, he did, blah 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 blah.
Baby the booby.
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir.
No. Use some salt. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the moment the gent was stabbed.
Gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. May turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. But that's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Jesus Christ. That guy looks like he's about to collapse. Beppo.
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGuilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who's sitting next to him.
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before, this was. For a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
Alright.
There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are you wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars me. I wish I could work out what it was. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor, and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose. I might have, you know, yes. Put the car back before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all?
No. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't see. Oh no, the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
This is animation.
Chewing.
The bend. You good? You good, dog?
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed?
Some days of what?
Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you.
I'll tell you what.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
This is the ancestor of what's his name from Dual Destinies.
Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Hands?
Oh, Mr. Fairplay.
Mr. Fairplay.
Blood-soaked!
Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Ooh, and both. Ooh.
Oh, you got that right, Ryu.
And you saw them through the roof, through the skylight.
Yes. Well, that skylight reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw.
This banker's latest statement
It's bullshit.
is a clear contradiction of the facts.
When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Yeah, you know he's guilty.
Consider it.
Not long ago, this trial is very nearly coming to an end. However, we've managed to keep our chances alive here.
What?
I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light, which I just did.
Interesting. If you're not careful, when you press these witnesses,
Gosh.
the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before.
Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information.
Wow! Yes, you're so right.
I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses, which, you know, again,
Didn't we just already see a
yeah,
reaction,
we
though?
did that.
Then why are you hesitating? Do it!
I'm so fired.
I'm gonna die.
They're gonna hang me at the gallows. Squiddy!
Winnie, what the fuck is that? No.
Objection!
They're not bloody.
Blood-soaked hands.
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Really?
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Fuck.
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGuilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yeah, right.
There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
But no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said both hands.
Everyone's grunting.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Well,
Objection!
Now that was powerful.
Yes.
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains... The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection! No! Mr. Fairplay categorically... Wait, yeah? Categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prefect ejaculate.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruto, if we have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony?
There is no evidence.
Hit him with the wall.
Whoa.
My lord!
My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Well, yes, everything that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony.
I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
Take that!
Dead.
This is a list of all the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGuilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
Yeah.
No, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Not guineas.
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGuilded were to be found guilty of murder. That would be... what would become of your debt in this case?
The state of the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment. All outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
By Jove!
Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay!
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
Right, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch.
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGuilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
Objection! And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have seen here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying?
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
No.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself. As it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Ow! I like the
His
detail that
legs.
there's like a little outcropping behind him, but there's not one behind Van Zeke. So when he like moves
He's a
back, he
vampire.
hits his head.
Mm-hmm.
That we're going to need further testimony from other witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yeah.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes!
Yes!
Might finally have a chance to turn things around here.
Let's hear the news. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
It does.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything. No, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else in that carriage, or we would have all seen.
Unless.
Unless.
Great googly boogly.
Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, none of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated.
I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more.
Not again.
The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Imagine.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord!
He was like, there's no change.
We're grooving. We're fast.
You are grooving.
No! The evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record.
Well, I'm aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both hands.
He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might have been mistaken about what he saw. But why?
Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged.
No.
Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Either way, if we look at the gloves once more, you will notice that there is no way that blood could have gotten here if he stabbed the victim. Assuming he stabbed him with this hand, or with this hand, there's no way. Because, with one hand, you would have to grip the knife in such a way to stab the victim. Assuming they are meaning that the bloody hand is the one that was gripping the knife, that means the stab would have gone through, meaning the blood should be on this side of the hand, not this side. If it was holding a reverse grip, it should be on the underside of here, but neither of those work. The only way that it could be possible is if he used this hand to hold the wound. Even if he were to use this hand, there should have been blood here. There's no way that these were the gloves that he was wearing if he had stabbed the victim. Anyway.
This is weird. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? Oh,
Thank
okay.
you, Shutakami, for putting detail into your fucking game. I appreciate it so very much. Don't try to downplay this.
It's not from Shutakami. You do not buy the copy.
True.
Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know.
Yeah, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. No.
Wait, go
I
for
was
it.
just trying to save us all some time.
You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you not hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty?
That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was gonna win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing.
A little guinea or 10?
I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
Borrow? Judge is like, we'll talk later.
I think you may have revealed nothing more about your character than you bargained for, sir.
This witness' scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Yeah, like, let's say that does happen. Do they continue the trial but then prosecute them on a later trial for that shit, or is it
usually.
just?
Yeah, if they're also criminals, they'll probably prosecute them later.
Okay. About to say, just like, oh, we'll let it slide.
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGuilded's gloves have any signs of blood on it.
Oh, yeah.
That is correct.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGuilded sitting in the car beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing gloves, sir.
Oh.
He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see.
I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGuilded's gloved hands.
There wasn't blood on his hands.
This is puzzling indeed.
This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
No!
Hold it!
You didn't see anything.
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about I just said before. Sir, it was very wrong of me to make up a story and just say I saw him just stab the man. Oh, what's over there, bitch-ass liar? Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories.
Bitch-ass liar!
Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I was telling them nothing at all.
Mr. Beepo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no?
Are you fucking serious? Freezing my ass off in here.
Oh, please, you didn't even see that.
It was cold that night, you see? You know how? It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir.
A guinea was about $133? What the
Jesus
fuck?
Christ.
In the 1900s, that could buy you 3 homes.
Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, so sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beepo!
Why?
Hold it!
Just,
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof on the omnibus.
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
What's wrong? It's the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place.
Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
My leg.
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
Yeah, that's right, and it's public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look longingly down into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in on that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. True.
I'm not so sure about these two
True.
witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh.
You were riding this omnibus,
Thank you.
and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor, in the floor of the upper deck, is that right?
Well, yes, that would be right.
In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
What do you mean?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
What the fuck?
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Well, that's more wood, but...
No, it is flesh.
Oh god.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand.
Sasato, I'm scared.
You are weird, man.
I've seen worse.
You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly is the omnibus are you suggesting the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
No, Slicer, it's the wheel. It's the
Outside. Outside.
What are these
It's-
words?
wheel. It's written.
There's flying
these-
words next to the omnibus.
Take that!
Both rows of the seat on the roof face in the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means
Those jawlines.
I'm saying.
the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here.
You drew on the fucking crossbar, you mother...
What? I'm sorry?
You drew on the cross... You're right, we gotta get another dude to make that, god damn it!
Sorry, I apologize. One moment. But that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one in which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat,
He drew on it again.
it's quite possible that the witnesses could have been completely unaware of it.
Oh. Still shaking in his boots.
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there.
Not the Phantom.
You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
Uh-oh.
I can tell what the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck?
I have an inkling.
I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name.
Oh, this should be good.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking hilarious. You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
Whew. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor.
Oh.
On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was...
Take that!
Take that! The passenger in the enclosed cabin, the witness on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGuilded.
Mick.
Mr. McGuilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? The name's the defendant.
Holy moly.
Objection.
Oh my god!
God!
Oh my god!
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Oh my god!
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly.
What are you trying to say?
I hate the Nipponese people.
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand.
The fuck?
I'm the racist!
When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side.
Oh, he's not even
Multiple
wearing
witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection! But that premise may be wrong.
What?
What'd you say?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGuilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both of his hands and the person sitting next to the victim.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the GAA remains.
Objection! The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth.
I'm not a liar.
It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
And who was this third party?
You.
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary!
I love it. They always say it's obvious. It was another person.
Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
The defense postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
Objection.
But when elaborating on this testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yeah.
Spirit of Justice Phoenix never said it was obvious.
Mm-mm.
The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. How does you tend to notice such things, sir?
And what particular styles of hats does you gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter? No fucking clue what he was doing and stumbled his way through an entire game. Yup.
Nope.
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGuilded would undoubtedly have offered to dispose of the fact.
I was asleep.
That's a very good point. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation.
The fact that he was stuffed under the fucking bench, yes, that is the one that I would say.
That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
Yes, because he was asleep. That...
Sleep. To be fair, that's a hard sleep right there. Hard sleeper.
Sleeping drugs. I mean, we know that they exist because we just had that in the last case.
I mean...
You can't tell me that my theory isn't at least believable.
No, it's impossible.
You think he'd fit in there? That man is tiny. Of course I think he'd fit in there.
Yes, they literally made fun of his height. Imagine being
Oompa Loompa.
On several occasions, they have called this man tiny. They called him a fucking leprechaun, to be fair. Like,
Right.
That's
Yeah,
a pretty good
leprechaun.
one, though. I gotta give him credit. That's a good one.
it is a good one. So,
Imagine waking up and you're like, what the fuck am I?
Larry!
Larry, why am I stuffed under the omnibus?
Under the
Why am I taped to the bottom of the omnibus?
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, It's
Uh-oh.
inconceivable that Mr. McGuilded could have been unaware of it.
Peachy's not happy.
Order!
Did they call him a leprechaun because he's short or Irish, though? Both.
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 Order!
It's a double whammy,
There's
dude.
clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGuilded, to the stand.
No.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
Because I said so.
As a suspect, you have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
No.
Magnus McGuilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what's your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGuilded to testify or not?
No. Leave it well alone.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth.
I was asleep.
The defense would like to call Mr. McGuilded to the stand.
Please, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGuilded has to say.
Get the man out here! I say!
It would utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's what I always say.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that'd be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
This guy's just a fucking...
So will everyone else doing it, so I will.
Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Yes, sir!
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
He's dead.
How far into this are we, by the way? Halfway?
About the halfway point, yeah.
Okay.
Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGuilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
So, we're
No.
looking at another 4 o'clock stop time.
Hell yeah, baby.
To be sure, I have, my lord.
There are now two matters in which the court desires to hear from you.
What?
The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police?
Oh, begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the question, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all, or keep my mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGuilded?
I'm Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
Aye, it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What? Ow!
I let him get away. Someone says worse.
No, Magnus McGuilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now.
Truly sorry, so I am Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken by the police. My rings. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spur that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
was this young child of whom you speak?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urgent isn't here on this court as we speak, listening to the proceedings. He looks
What?
in the direction.
Smoke!
Ah, there's a fire! A fire!
Look, there's someone trying to get away!
No use! I can't see anything through all the smoke!
What's going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
Are you may call an emergency recess? Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom!
I thought the building was on fire because of the thing. It's like, holy shit.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumble over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. I thought that was a gunshot at first. I was like, holy fuck, they executed him!
They killed him? Yeah.
I swore that they had fucking killed McGuilded there. I would have been like, what the fuck?
This game ain't playing!
I'll be right. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I think it's just gonna be Sasato and
The guards are just like, yeah, what the fuck, man?
That was some weird shit, eh, Jerry?
Yeah,
What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruto, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mrs. Sato!
I was told it was an advanced form of a smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases gas. Smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like sort of a thing ninjas use.
We're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a very young girl around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger Mr. McGuilded was talking about?
it's the ballerina.
My thoughts exactly.
I mean, that's the appropriate age.
Yeah.
So he wasn't lying. But there's no way she'd have a smoke grenade.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
I would be surprised.
I would be. Yeah.
I'll
maybe.
be surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, what's to become of Mr. McGuilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here!
He's dead. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions,
Antechamber.
along with the young girl.
Was also not in the country when the crime happened yet, because she was on the boat with us.
Very true.
Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
The Yatagaratsu is back. There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
What is Paris? The 20 pence.
Oh,
In my book, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. There. He took 4 passengers that night and at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
but now it seems there were exact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
I mean, she could have just stole on the
Kid.
bus.
Yeah. Stowaway.
She's right, that is strange.
Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away.
Oh my goodness. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. I know, exciting.
We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes. Yes! Yeah!
Be a sogi, like ballet, hate chicken, die.
That's the report. That's what Hapanoka said.
The official report.
Ah.
It's in a green text.
Oh, she's Michael Jackson. Hi.
There's a young girl next to Mr. McGuilded. Look. She must have been the one that caused the disturbance before.
Uh-oh.
After that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGuilded.
Jesus, everyone in this fucking game is blonde.
Yeah.
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks.
It's like, I get we're in England, but not everyone is blonde in England. In fact,
Well,
there's
we got
probably
Zeke.
not a whole lot of people blonde.
And then we have Zeke.
Yeah,
We have
but
Zeke, Fairplay isn't blonde, Beppo isn't blonde, McGundle isn't blonde, fuck, McGuilded isn't blonde.
McGungle.
McGull.
It's really just,
But
it's
pretty much
Lady
all
Prince.
of the
Victim and
characters, all of the characters that aren't recurring, I should say, in case 2 were blonde.
Yeah.
And then this girl now is blonde. That's 4 blonde characters, which is a lot.
They love their blondes.
Blonde boy's doing the blonde boy.
Because
But it's
I know
blonde.
blondness is like associated with foreigners, you know? Like, if you think
Yeah.
the blonde hair is unreasonable, oh boy. Well, it's just the amount. It's not unreasonable. It's just like it's awkward that we've met like 4 blonde characters like back to back to back, you know?
And I haven't
It's-
even met blonde people that
it's-
much either.
It's like I think I've known a total of like 10 blonde people because it's a recessive gene, like obviously.
Right.
Well, 10 is also like lowballing it, but like comparatively to the amount of like brown or black haired people that I know, it's a lot less. And then Ginger is even way shorter, you know.
I knew a Ginger.
I
Couple
know.
Gingers.
I think actually like 4, and one of them is my cousin.
1, 2, maybe 2 or more. That's because you live in Philly.
Established a cause of smoke, which failed proceedings earlier.
It's 'cause is there just like not blonde people in Philly? Is that like what you're ascertaining?
They don't
I guess
exist
not.
there.
They
Or I
don't
guess
exist in
asserting.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious! The army? What the devil's name?
Philly.
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand.
That's why That's why he was looking over. It's like I see you over there.
Your name, girl. Responsible for the smoke grenade, which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom.
I haven't heard pandemonium in a minute.
What's the meaning of the deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord,
Yes, Mr. McGuilded.
my lord, I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, why she tried to bolt like that. She's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Just dead silent.
Very well, Mr. McGuilded, give your testimony.
Aye,
You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
aye.
New England generally has a bigger mix of nationalities, a lot of blonde in the Midwest, for example. Huh.
Hmm.
Oh, well,
Interesting.
okay, well, I can explain that. That's inbreed.
I mean, I mean.
But yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, because I'm on the East Coast, that is like, you know, generally a bigger mix of like nationalities because like, oh, you know, people from
big.
France, people from Italy, you know, blah 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 blah.
The
Midwest, not the South. True, but I mean the Midwest is what is the
South.
Midwest but the south of the middle of America?
We
I
don't
mean,
even
what-
know. Like, who could say what's going on in the Midwest? They're all
Yeah,
fucking
like we
Lakers.
can't even say it's literally middle America.
It's
no one
still-
talks about it.
It's still in early access, so like
Yeah, they're still
Yeah.
fleshing it out.
they don't
The
have
only-
they don't have enough NPCs to like not inbreed, so like that kind of just happens by accident.
The only state that I know of that's Midwest is like Detroit, Michigan.
Michigan isn't even in the Midwest.
Exactly. That's the
And why
farthest I know.
specifically Detroit?
Because I hear a lot of shit from Detroit. Not
Yeah.
from inbreeding or anything like that. Just how shitty it is.
Like the Dakotas are Midwest, if that
True.
makes
I don't hear
sense.
about them though. Detroit isn't a state. That's why I said Michigan afterwards.
He said Michigan. First.
Which is
I said-
technically still on the east of the United States because
It is.
it's still in
Just
the
barely.
eastern time zone. Yeah.
Just barely.
Midwest is like central and
Utah.
central mountain time, I think would be considered.
I don't know where that is.
Detro- yeah, Ohio to Kansas. Yeah.
Kansas. It's hard to determine.
But
Which
yeah,
is just...
because it's an early access, they don't have enough. Utah's west. Okay. They don't have enough NPCs, so inbreeding just kind of happens by
Right.
accident. So it's just because it's an early access game.
You know what's crazy? It's fucking. Some people consider Texas the South, and it's in the middle.
I mean, it is
Well, it's still
part
south.
of the South.
It's South, but it's also mid too.
Yeah, it's in the
But it's
middle, but
more
it's not
towards
like
the
in
middle.
the. It's not the center, if that makes sense. It's
It's
because I mean Oklahoma is considered South still, and that's the big thing. And Oklahoma is
See,
like
that's-
on top of Texas.
Texas. Yeah, that's what it's like. Where does the South end? Damn it!
Texas.
But then you just said Oklahoma.
Yeah, but that's because it's on top.
If you're on top of
It's
Texas,
not going any
it's
further. It's not going any further west.
Yeah.
It's still like
I don't know, man. For some reason, I don't consider Florida the South. I think it's just
No
their
one
own
does.
entity.
that's a weird place.
Yeah,
They
it's-
have swamps and they may be country, but I feel like it's their own entity.
I mean, by the same logic, though, Sam, would you consider California to be part of the South?
Because of the tip it touches
No, I
sand
think that was more of a point just to say it was south.
Yeah.
Just-
of the border.
Like,
yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, with that logic, I'm just trying to explain it. In SoCal, yes. All right, fair enough. If that's what you would consider it, then absolutely, that is fine. I wouldn't consider SoCal part of the South, if that makes like the American South, if that makes sense. The ranch goer South.
I feel like everything, like the Bible Belt.
Yeah, the
Most of
Bible
the-
Belt is like perfect example. The Bible Belt is like the United States South.
Man, the South is fucked.
Just what did happen last night? It's large enough that it's north. That its north isn't south. What?
What? California is large enough that its north isn't south.
Yeah. But SoCal is south. This is what he's saying. Like,
Okay. I didn't understand. That's why I was like, huh?
technically speaking, it's part of the Midwest because it's the middle of the West. It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything.
Just went on a tangent about the fucking United States.
We're in England, damn it.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up and on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. How old is she?
15.
Oh, yeah. Dummy. Sorry.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct?
Aye. She's exactly as the defense counsel said. I almost feel like I'm starting to turn into Jorgenville Strangle. Blah. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. My lord.
Rabble.
And stop.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
No.
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
Fucking look he always gives. Huh? Do you know where to start?
I fucking don't. So this puts a bit of a damper in the drugging situation.
True.
Yep.
Very weird circumstances.
Yeah.
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
No, there were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either.
Oh, that's
Either.
weird. When we're pressing, we don't actually have the slider for him.
Yeah. Well, it's only him alone.
Yeah, there's not.
I guess the other girl's not testifying as well.
Well, I figured.
What's that?
I figured there would still like. Sure, she isn't currently testifying, but like she might still
Her
react to
reaction.
what he'd say because she's up there. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
True.
You were the first passenger, as it were, I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back seat as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
The back seat, by all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite of the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. Ease! And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. It's like I hate him. Oh, Pug. Baroga. Baroga.
A loud thud, you say, and a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed?
No. Well, now you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor.
You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream.
Aye.
From the seat above you, or on the roof deck, I presume?
No, not above me. No, my lord. It was from inside the cabin.
Ah, okay, so she was the
It
one
was
below.
sleepers. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate.
Desperate.
Sight before me eyes.
Yois.
Hold it!
It cut me off.
You set him up. The victim, you mean?
Aye, that I did on the seat across from me. As I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? I would. I can't see you. But I can see you now. 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. The jewelry.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Go fuck yourself. Ara! Lord Van Ziegs.
Don't say that ever fucking again.
Ara!
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
Well, guilty as charged. Well, now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business.
Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest.
Aye. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some wouldn't even see me dead. So I do try, or at all possible, to avoid getting myself entangled with trouble.
Are you suggesting that you were going to leave the man there?
Kevin's no alive. I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first.
The whys and wherefores.
The whys and wherefores. Right, you there? There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? If you could change it.
Again, that's Scottish. Yes. The scream he said he heard at this, heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I wonder why he has blue. Would that be dark blue?
Nah, yeah, he has blue hair. Like, it's... the
just
game...
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's art style. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
Whatever color
Actually-
you said, I couldn't hear it.
It's
Be
like...
gray.
It's a blue-gray.
It's the Viacom all over again. It's silver.
No, this is definitely not silver. I can tell you that much.
It's like blue gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, art style kind of like allows for weird colored hair because
Right.
it's an anime
Plus,
style game.
plus he's wonky a little. So look at his eyebrows.
He's got that Willy Wonka style, dude.
I love it. The fit, swag. Look at that jump. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
I'm blind. Well, now 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. Cancelled. It came from me. If you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside.
Just
I farted.
Under your backside?
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee, chubby cubby hole there for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember?
Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence, and I already did, so it's okay.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to remind
In
you.
case you missed it.
Yeah.
And that's when I found her. The little wee girl.
Hold it!
What?
You say she was hiding herself.
Aye, that's right. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all
fuck.
curled up and shit. Oh, Pog. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest.
You're really overacting this.
I mean, I would be scared. Still, and all, I pulled her out from her under there. I sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. Chin wag?
Talking.
Alright.
The seat opposite.
I wanted to
Just
talk
sit
to
him
her
right
while we-
next to the dead guy.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, let's talk, lass. Why the fuck are you in here?
you set this young girl next to a corpse, sir.
Aye. Well, I'm sure I mentioned. A gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. Now. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time.
Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats.
Aye. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. Belly?
The previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGuilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, the girl and the late Mr. Mason.
He's wearing a suit. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. It is fair.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
She's my daughter. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancellor, entered across among large crowds, revealing people in their purses. She steals.
Lestrade. Is that like
Lestrade.
Led astray?
No, it's a Sherlock Holmes reference.
There's so many Sherlock Holmes references over here.
Oh, okay.
I
Is
know
that
none of them.
the one urchin that like he constantly
No,
talked to, or is that just?
Lestrade was the chief of police in the Sherlock Holmes books.
Okay. Well, that's not at all what I was expecting.
What's commonly called a pickpocket.
And I'm assuming McGuilded isn't a character from...
No,
sh-
no.
Okay, alright. What?
This girl here, a petty thief.
She's just chilling.
Order! Order! It's true, Miss Lestrade.
No.
Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh, fuck!
Jesus.
No! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? The girl! She's gone!
That's you, Slicer.
Open your eyes. I'm over here.
She has a theme.
Gracious.
Uh-oh.
Ow!
Yeah, that's not good.
What was the point in that little sidestep?
Poor judge.
Yeah. Fucking shot him in the face and just turned around.
There's no way that was like light. That had to be like a beanbag or something. Oh!
It was a dust shot, basically.
Still.
She kills him instantly.
Pulls out a gun and shoots him.
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, y'all say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what what's in your heads, innit?
No, not at all. It was the judge's mist of blood.
Jesus.
What was this? This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast...
Dust. Shut your mouth.
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need is, for my fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
Let me guess.
You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs?
Oh my.
Oh, this? Yeah, this is in the bag, was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheeled drags.
Sherlock's gun! That is just
Yeah, that
actually
is-
Sherlock's gun.
It really is.
It's nice,
I was
innit?
just thinking about that.
It's nice, innit? I like the pink best.
Do not wave that thing in her direction again!
It's Tuesday, innit?
She fucking shoots him.
So, need a fucking drink. You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question.
Now it's your turn. Don't look at me. 'Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now.
Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case.
Whoa.
Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please.
Pow.
You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to.
Lovely.
It's Tuesday, innit?
It's Tuesday.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
What?
This is closer to Scottish.
Right.
It's closer to Scottish. It's not Scottish. I think this is like
Slang.
yeah. I can't remember exactly what it's called. Like Cockney, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Cockney was sort of like this.
Cock.
I don't know how to do a Cockney accent though. That's why I'm just kind of going with
Yeah.
whatever comes
It's-
to mind.
I think I went with Irish for her as well. I figured she.
It's
Well,
just-
Considering she said that Irishman, I
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
expect her to be Irish,
Good
if
point.
that makes sense.
It's just fucking crazy how that dialogue works. It's like English, Cockney, and then, Ireland and
I don't-
Scotland are their own thing, but
And also Irish don't really do the H erasure, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It may have been different for the fan translation though. So
God.
No, they didn't give her any. Well, actually, they did give her some accent. Actually, I was mostly because they didn't give McGuilded any accents.
yeah, McGuilded definitely should have had an accent, but because he is very Irish.
Yeah.
Yes, he let you go.
The same way you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGuilded.
Oh, simplicity. It's simplicity. Yeah, it's tis simplicity. But oh God, itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. She was under my tuchus.
What focus?
I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. She lifted you up.
I think a demonstration is called for.
What? This is where I was sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume?
Aye. Right there.
Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of this girl's stature.
Everyone could just stow away anywhere. Aye. Well, of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. I have a huge dump truck, Your Honor. So you see, that's why I left the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself and the young life was ruined when all that time I knew she was innocent.
I realized your actions would result in your own innocence being called into question.
No. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass.
My goodness.
What a perfect gentleman.
My lord. This is fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this.
He's still alone,
I'm
sir.
ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
He's innocent.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
All right, who's
God.
changing their vote to guilty so we still have a game to play in this?
Oh.
It's alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
They love to vote early as fuck.
Mr. Naruto, well, it means
It must mean what?
we won! We're victorious!
We've won? Are you sure?
No.
There it is! There it is!
Bitch, I'm fabulous.
Get fucking flexed on. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, I do forgive the discourtesy.
He keeps on just...
I love that.
Whoa. Oh! I'm gonna shove my foot up
This
your
really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day.
Emotion.
emotion.
The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into the true nature.
What do you mean, his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGuilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What? Ow! I did notice that.
I mean, that is true, yeah.
I didn't say anything because I thought it was just like, you know, hey, look, sure, we'll show you, but we're not going to show you this part because, like, there's no reason for it.
It's open space.
Police actually... God damn it, the police actually doing their fucking jobs? I know, what happened, Ace Attorney?
How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, Counsel?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the defiances of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened.
Big words.
Efficiency, sorry, I misread that. However, I assure you when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning,
There's shit in there.
the compartment under the seat was not empty.
Actually,
Did they change it in this? I'm curious.
check it out. Open the damn door!
Oh, there's blood here now. What the fuck? That's different. That wasn't there before.
Man, how the fuck?
That's blood, isn't it? Huh.
Is something wrong?
Oh, it's just... Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zeek's made no mention of it.
I suppose that does seem a little strange.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
There's been 2 murders.
Shit's going on.
It is gone! What? The detail, bro! Bro, the detail! What the fuck? Praises.
Did they change the fucking carriage?
Praises,
Ain't
bro.
no way.
Wait, is there anything else that's different?
Look up top. Phoenix! It's the Edgeworth.
Edgeworth omnibus. His ass stains aren't as supple.
It doesn't seem as though there's anything different. Somebody's fucking forging evidence.
Yeah, it's forging.
I'm alive.
You finally did it.
I'm alive.
If this is changed,
That sheath.
there's no blood on it.
Okay. I don't think I've noticed anything different here at the very least.
Oh my god. You don't see it? It's Blade.
That wouldn't have changed. Well, actually, we might be able to glean new details, so why not?
Yeah. I don't know. I never read this.
This is basically where we just found out the one dude was... Yeah.
Getting fucked.
Alright,
Guinea.
does not seem like it. Okay.
That's a very interesting precedent for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that they just change your evidence on you. That's fucking wild. What the hell?
Imagine you hadn't examined that.
Second, did you check
I
the
was in
glove?
that position. I had not examined that cubby.
Oh,
When I
wow.
gloved?
Oh,
the glove thing?
wow. Wait, you didn't?
I didn't see the little thing on the seat.
No.
Huh, okay.
He's like,
I love Zeke's theme.
Zeke's is
It is
fucking
really fucking banging. We're
fucking
jamming.
racist.
And so far, like, he's been he's brought up nothing but good points.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he's made some racist comments here and there, but it's not like he's
Yeah.
That's not
Did
the
not-
crux of his argument. He also
Yeah.
brings up great points.
yeah,
too.
exactly. He just says, "Oh, here's an actual logical argument," and it's like, but I have to think.
Wait,
The compartment under the seat was not empty.
You said what?
Well, my Nipponese friend,
Huh? Me?
when the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtlessly you examined it in fine detail as any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be?
What if we didn't check it? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy.
Sorry?
Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord is Van Zeeks.
You fucking did it! This man fucking did it!
Counsel, do you have something to say on the matter?
Oh my god.
Your Honor, my client did not just say that! How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat of the omnibus? It wasn't
I didn't
empty.
look. I didn't look.
I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember, at least.
But it doesn't make sense. If they remove that, how did they remove the blood, too?
I don't know. I
don't know.
I mean, I think the argument is supposed to be that it's so damn obvious they didn't even notice it, so they were just like, you know, whatever. And then Van Zieks didn't say it. So what I think it really is the guy was never on the floor to begin with. And after he made that statement, and after the whole thing, the evidence was changed to alter it because, again, there was this whole commotion.
Right.
And also, that is a government quality smoke grenade, they said, which is not something that this girl would have. I think somebody else is here and edited the evidence to make it lean in McGuilded's favor for some reason. And I don't know why. And I'm excited to find out.
Getting chills. It's
right.
This is
It's
fucking
weird.
wild. And, like, I'm not gonna lie to the court. I don't want to say, you
Right?
know. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside of it, yes.
Are you sure, Counsel?
Be what? What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. You fucking nimpy!
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
Zeke's like, what the fuck?
As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. I'm not about to forge evidence.
Interesting.
Well,
Very
shit.
interesting.
That's new. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGuilded.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. You fucking ass. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubby hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think people, perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? For your best interest? Oh no.
Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I'd like the judge to weigh in on this matter, I think.
Compartment is... Oh, God. Fuck, that's not the right... that's not the voice at all. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the... Oh, shit. I clicked off there. The guild's rules are state that the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. Even though he is a line bugger. The money lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying.
Oh my god, here we go again.
I mean, we had to continue this trial somehow.
Right.
Not expected in this capacity.
Oh no. I can't believe I was. Oh no, that's fucking. I can't believe. Oh, what was this fucking? Yeah, there it is.
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. They fucking stink of stink.
What? No.
It's a trick of course it's a trick. Fuck you.
Oh, here we go.
Quite so. Quite so. I must concur here. Fuck off.
Here we go again.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Yes, but every time in a different truth, it seems. Okay, so we got to half.
Even. Exactly.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Right.
Thank you, Counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination.
Aye.
Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I mean, literally, because he's right there and working.
Von Zeke is probably like, why the fuck didn't he lie?
But all defense attorneys lie. I don't understand.
The fucking assholes.
This is truly the dark age of the law.
The darker age of the law.
So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point in spending a joy to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? Suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
Girl's a petty thief, only refrain from entertaining your tenants.
Well, that does clear up the mystery of the fares, you know. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free.
Scapegoat.
No.
And prediction.
That was a misspoke, I swear.
The red conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no.
Are you equipment? We're gonna get shot, Zeeks.
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always check all that out and cram it under a corner somewhere. Never seems to bother much.
According to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could ride under the seat. That's all I could tell you.
Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Something ain't right.
Inquiry? Is that like...
Inquiry.
I know it's
Inquiry, yeah, pretty much
inquiry,
the
but
same.
like it's enquiry. It's weird.
It's pretty much the same thing.
English.
A waste of time. Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own, God permit, at least some of the time.
Oh, you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run carriage ain't got good for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me from the seat in the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. Totally stuck.
That you were present in the carriage for the duration. You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin.
Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? No.
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't be possibly the culprit then. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot? Wait, a jot? Okay.
A jot.
Not a jot. On jaw. On jaw. I don't know why I fucking went to my surfer voice.
On jaw.
Yeah, on jaw, bro. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher, is that who I'm gonna fiddle?
Jesus fucking Christ.
I can't fucking read anything.
I can't read it either.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. Seat I get under, and that plush is the one, the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite.
How the fuck did people talk like that?
But for some reason, that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you aren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in those carriages, so it's the Obson's choice. Why doesn't you just speak normal? Stick to picking
I just
people's,
speak English.
Picking people's pockets in the open, then.
Fucking difficult.
I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I just had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
It's like Ebonics.
Speaking in tongues.
The things over there are always only the thing.
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, suppose. I don't really remember all so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream, involuntarily.
That's right. Then I felt a cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes.
No.
Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not?
Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
No.
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up with the bloke. Oh God, was sitting up the bloke. What had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. Jesus fucking Christ! I can't remember.
This is hard, especially because they talk so fucking fast. I have to maintain it.
And then
That matches Mr. McGuilded's account, of course.
But then, fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. Should never have risk looking.
Av. Aid. Av.
And when Mr. McGuilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place.
I was scared stiff. I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all.
He dragged me.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, that bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me.
How awful.
Well, that explains the blood on her hands, at least.
Both my hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. Oh, and it also kind of explains, even though none of them actually saw the moment they were stabbed, like, I could imagine them seeing that and thinking they stabbed him, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if that's the way that they wanted to go with it. Obviously, we know that that's not the truth, but I could see that as being an explanation.
Right, because they don't know.
Yeah. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGuilded for a while. Is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanting to know me name and what I was up to and all that.
What are you doing?
Then I heard something from above and someone screamed.
It's the first on the rooftop, I presume.
Well, I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn and smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later."
All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they are still very unsure. If you could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among the new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we would want.
Yes, I think you're right. I have this nagging feeling.
Nah.
Something's bothering me. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
I'm just gonna say, because we haven't done this in a while, you do need to press something again.
Oh, okay. All right, Shu.
Yeah.
I see. I see how it is, Shu.
Try to put some spice in there.
You can do the skip text, it'll stop it, obviously.
Yeah.
If you hold it down, the animation should get faster, too.
The coin.
I like that.
The coin.
Oop, not what I wanted.
Press everything.
But yeah, just to see what changed.
I love when Mr. McGuilded is just like,
That's a shit my pants look.
Yep.
Do I tell them? Do I leave? Do I change? Is it rude?
Is it me? Is it the
Ah.
Joey?
There we go.
Hold it!
Is it the eye who is disgusting?
Is it me?
Well, no.
Giggling to himself. Excuse me.
Oh,
Is something wrong, Mr. McGuilded?
oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council?
I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
No. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, it is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was.
I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now.
I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well.
Yeah,
Didn't you hear something?
I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything unusual, perhaps?
I farted.
I farted.
I farted, and she heard it, and smelt it. So she dealt it.
Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Bejobbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of my foibles, ye little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers?
It's profoundly important.
I like how they add some more flavor to the yes or no's.
Yeah.
Profoundly.
My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Yes.
Profoundly important, but what all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important part. I'm almost sure of it.
I guess. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Council. But nevertheless,
I love how that works.
Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please.
Supplement?
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
I thought she was gonna shoot him again.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but okay, you were snoring.
Hold it!
The snoring was so damn loud.
So you were straining your ears to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw the swell getting on, it got me head down, and so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGuilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you happen to leave it? Hey, what a mug. What the fuck is... What are you saying?
Oh,
Oh, also, hold on. We haven't heard his. Let me ask you something, Mr. McGuilded.
well, and what would that be, fella?
Do you have something to say about that last statement?
No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of you to ask still and all. Aye. Here, have yourself a tip.
Does he think I was asking after his general well-being?
Thank you for caring for me. No one does.
What's one where...
It's one back.
No, I know it's one back,
yeah.
but I'm trying to think of, like, where was a point where he talked and she didn't? Let's just press and we'll find one.
No.
Because I know there's a moment where he did.
No, I think it was early.
Probably when he was
I think it
talking
was
about
probably
her
early.
snoring. Him snoring, I think is the last one.
Whoa. Now. Calm
That's the
down.
very last statement, I think. Maybe?
Oh, the very last? Okay. Let
I
me...
think so.
Hold it!
I think you're right.
Are you sleeping up?
I guess not.
Okay, we'll try again. 'Cause I want to see what hers is.
I think it's the first one, maybe. A lot of people talking that one.
Hi.
Ah, there we
There
go.
it is.
Excuse me.
Miss Lestrade. Did something spring to mind when you heard that last statement, perhaps?
You're gonna get shot.
Jesus Christ,
Jesus,
this
I'm loading!
animation! No, it seems not. Forget I asked.
That fucking loading
That's
animation.
insane. Shoo. Oh my
They didn't
god.
need to do
I love
that. Let me tell you something. No need.
Yamazaki's team, what were you doing?
Yeah, what the hell? Pog?
So then all I could do was listen. I was just waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave. See? But would he? Not likely. Even though he stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to put still and listen to him driving his pigs to market, storing like an old dog he was.
You're an asshole.
Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder?
It makes sense. It doesn't add up. Well, I mean, it technically doesn't add up because if he was snoring, how the fuck did he stab him?
Yeah, but I don't think that's what we're looking for here.
What do you think we're looking for?
I think we're kind of looking for, like, evidence that, like, she could still be under there. If that makes sense, but I don't know. I'll say it doesn't add up. There's no penalty, it doesn't look like, so...
Oh.
Mr. Strahd, what you've just told the court. He's clearly at odds with the facts.
Odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely.
It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared.
So Fenzik's realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord!
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGuilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. The man getting stabbed in the gut.
Wait a minute.
He's stabbed in the stomach. He wouldn't die instantly, and it even said he died of hemorrhaging, which is a slower death.
So he was still alive.
Yeah. So he should have screamed. He should have been in pain. But he wasn't, for some reason. There was no scream. There was no sound of somebody getting stabbed.
Because he was already dead.
That's what I'm thinking. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate.
What's with everyone messing with dead bodies?
On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the following piece of evidence. I genuinely hope this works. But we'll see.
Take that!
Take that! Nope, alright, shame.
It would seem phantoms are at work again. This time in my Nipponese friend's ears.
I concur. No sound is apparent to me at all.
Oh,
Allow me to introduce you to a sound that will be very real indeed, however. The sound of your death throes.
He's right. That was loud.
Only need one.
Well then, counsel.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGuilded snoring, but think, Ryunosuke, think, blah, 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 blah.
You
Okay,
slapped him
I'm
twice?
gonna say show a person this time. Yeah, he slapped twice. Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On the blah, 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 we've already been here. The following person. Should be him.
Take that!
Okay, there we go.
Lord Mason.
Alright, I don't know why the picture didn't work. This is like, hey, he got stabbed. No. Okay, well, how about him? He's the guy that got stabbed. That
Oh,
works.
that's
It was, what the fuck?
fine.
Why it do that?
You'll see.
Okay.
What happened?
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is the sound of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Oh, boarding the omnibus.
Never said she heard him get on.
Oh yeah.
Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, Counsel!
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person to board the omnibus. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course it was. I got on when the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the person next to board the omnibus was Mr. McGuilded.
That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time.
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops along it, after that onward its journey, during which time you did not hear the door opening or closing at all?
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Waiting for this swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage?
Great cook of the woman.
We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. I have an interesting remark that I think could work.
What's that?
Okay, let's just show the omnibus again. Remember the latch up here?
Yeah.
He got on up through the ladder and was sitting up here when he was killed. Then he was lowered down into it while McGuilded was sleeping.
Got thudded.
And that's why there's blood down here, because it was dripping from his wound, as opposed to him being collapsed there. Or, I mean, hell, he could have been just dropped, and they assumed it was the collapse.
Yes,
Yeah, he
his
was-
petty thief statements are clearly flawed.
Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes, he knew. He knew it all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. Keck.
Okay.
It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend.
What are you talking about?
You have demonstrated matters impeccably. The witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
The stance.
Is that right?
The pivot.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
This girl's a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Gotta fucking kill her.
Die.
Didn't say anything.
Yeah, she didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say,
Shake my head.
I can't abide liars.
Neither can I.
Here we go.
Mr. Foreman!
I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways.
Salubrious, I think.
Salubrious. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
Who's changing that damn flag?
There's a guy behind them just running.
They see her fist up.
Mr. Nahodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Here we go again.
I get to treat myself. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
Ow!
Stop it. Ah!
What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern Amanda.
This is carnage. It's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going,
I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGuilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost.
Again.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truth.
Hold it!
Stop, please.
What?
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case.
What are you saying?
Counsel?
I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education.
I dare you.
Explain yourself at once.
Time for the bluffs.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness on the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
Where'd the wine go?
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
I don't know.
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Well.
Yeah. Was both right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say there's another entrance, but he was put in there after he died. I have no fucking clue which one to choose here. I'm gonna say there's another entrance, though. Huh. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered through the enclosed cabin in some other way.
No.
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. And behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly be opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
objection.
But there could be! There's only one possibility you haven't considered yet.
Oh, really?
Yes!
Oh, God.
One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which could have allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
Huh?
All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is the entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin?
Well, I'm
Move
glad
the
you got a
door.
new drawing, because, like, I'm gonna have
Swear
to...
to God, you've drawn it again.
The answer is obvious. It could have only been the skylight.
You say the skylight?
The skylight?
Objection!
No.
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However...
Objection!
Oh,
Oh.
The skylight might well be enough for for someone to pass through the... Oh, got me. I'm sorry. That was really funny.
So you claim! So do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory?
Both Mr. McGuilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling onto the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger.
Yes, it has, but... would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness describes? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Yes.
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
The fuck do you mean?
Dear Lord, you're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin?
Give me 1 second. Well, we don't know his last name, I guess. He's never
Beppo
actually...
Killer.
Beppo never actually said his name. And sure, while he's said many times that he's poor, doesn't mean there couldn't have been a family heirloom dagger or anything of the such. It could still possibly be his. Mason, M for Mason, it could have been his dagger. I know, again, they said, like, oh, he was a poor dagger maker, but his bricks were considered to be unbreakable. There's no way that there's not some money being handed around there.
He shitted the hardest bricks.
So...
You're now suggesting the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible!
How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony.
Well, yes, that's true, but...
Might a humble fella make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGuilded!
I give up. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas are conspirators. Do be having something of compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh my goodness, surely not.
Those two chaps on the roof!
Damn.
You mean the ones who struck the knife for that man were...
They all conspire.
Could have been a
They all work-
conspiracy.
They all work together to get the fucking money.
What exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
Whoa!
I'm sorry, that fucking caught me off guard.
What? He's fucking brapping on me!
He's a horse rider.
I know, but still.
What the fuck?
You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I.
You can't clean.
Mr. Fairplay?
You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker,
And me, a very, very angry hatter.
suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too. How about you, you rotten scoundrel?
Just laughing. He's fucking making it worse.
Order! Stop the time, witnesses! I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand! Return to the anteroom at once!
But this is beyond reason, my lord, and it's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
It hurts my feelings.
My lord, if I may comment,
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
it was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting.
Wanting?
You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what we termed a baseless accusation.
Ooh.
I assure you it's quite based.
No.
I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought.
What are we wasting time for? Get to the
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fella.
We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
What's happening, Mr. Nahoda?
The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
This is how it started in Japanifornia.
Mr. First.
My lord?
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this.
You're fucked.
There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward.
This man is fucking up this case.
Your Honor, my client is not laughing his ass off right now.
Yeah, I swear.
We were the only two people up that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of us, one or the other would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell ya. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witnesses could have performed any malevolent act on the open rooftop deck.
The judge is like, oh, fuck.
Fucking insanity. Without the other noticing forthwith.
Longest trial.
That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the arguments fall down if the two of you are in collusion with one another.
What? According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Ha! Well, I don't trust Copper anyway, then I trust the stinking rich!
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel uneasy?
Counsel for the defense! Over to you, your cross-examination, please.
Gonna head to bed. Good night, bastards. Try to stay up. Try not to stay up too late. All right, Peachy.
We'll see.
We will.
We'll certainly see.
Yeah.
See you, Peachy.
See you, Peachy.
Oh, yes, my lord.
My lord.
My lord.
My lord.
My lord!
They weren't there. They were both asleep.
So in no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not. The Dickens, no. The Dick.
No question about it, he said, none at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the closed cabin talking with this man here.
Hog.
It's true, Mr. McGuilded.
No. Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, aboarded the omnibus alone, nodded off inside almost immediately.
And that's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in.
Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence of that, you piece of shit? That's what I thought. 'Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You'd well remember that. Evidence.
I swear I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well.
This is chaos.
This guy has fucked it
Nuts. I'm fucking living for this.
I'm loving it. It's not just the crowd anymore, it's the people inside the court.
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of lark?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is?
Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell ya.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and because we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you.
That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
No, was it? No. Now. It was a cold night, so it was.
Now.
People do be... Now. I'm the Alba. People do be seeing things that aren't in the real cold. Aren't real in the cold. Just hardly surprising.
Seeing things? Seeing things?
Will y'all fucking stop?
Impasse here on this particular point.
You!
Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm suspected in this crime, then 'tis only fair that you and the other Phenom too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Capitalist!
This isn't competition I'd like to be involved in, really.
Oh yeah, I forgot Chick is up here too.
Yeah.
Well, Chick bad.
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice Fried Mason before?
Lummy, no! Not once, never!
He never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either?
Well,
That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, so to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not.
You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have any remote connection with the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
oh.
For beverages. I wanna watch the rest of this. Like, that's how much this game has got me.
It's fucking goofy.
Oh, not rolling it. That's right, this is about motive, and we had none. No motive, huh? And, well, that's not all, is it?
Why does he do that?
I don't know.
Let's blow that back out.
Are you quite certain of that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute!
He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said.
I'm so fucking done with you! I swear to God!
I'm gonna fucking hang you. Hold on, real quick. I want to read all the descriptions. He's incredibly wealthy philanthropist, a lawyer, prosecutor known as Ruby Bailey. Supposedly, his souls the prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. The victim, skilled poor brickmaker, apparently owed the defendant a considerable sum of money. The driver of the omnibus which murder took place, he's an eyewitness to the incident. A gentleman who works as a city banker, he witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof of the omnibus. A friend is milliner, who witnessed the incident from seat on the roof of the omnibus. Wait, she's 17? I thought she was 15.
Yeah.
I thought she was a young girl.
Yeah, but
Oh.
they said 15.
Yeah, I could have sworn they said 15.
Yeah.
I have a memory of her being 15 as well.
They said 15.
They might have just made her older, I don't know.
Yeah, they
Oh,
might have
that's
just
you
made
did
her
it.
older and forgotten to change that.
Yeah.
Huh. They were worried about what the Rule 34 artists would be doing.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place where the omnibus night of the murder, she was discovered by the defendant. All right.
Those two look like they're from, not Adventure Time, The Misadventures of Flapjack.
Oh, yeah.
I can see it.
Take a look for yourself. Go on.
I'll beat you in the head!
I'm so fucking sick of your
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna
see-
beat the block!
It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
So it is, of course, a fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, steel and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you'll understand.
You hold on a minute there, sir. The size of the tick means nothing. No, not so. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting an arcane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when,
Well, a broke wind, loudly. I shot myself with it, as it happens.
You farted and you scared yourself?
Oh, I mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone looked daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did.
I think that one's supposed to be.
sad.
I think that one's supposed to be Rouge.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
No, oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried when I was inside the cabin. Shame. Oh.
She's doing the cat mouth thing.
He is doing the cat mouth thing.
Yeah. So I was in there when
She's
you farted.
smugly like, yeah, I fucking stole from that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
I took his fart.
What?
Huh. The skylight doesn't open, you say? So, that proves it. We couldn't have kicked the victim down in the cabin below, I tell you. Neither of us could.
Nobody mentioned anything about kicking anyone.
Like I said, these details are little nuggets at best. It's the motherlode we should be looking for.
Fair play is like one of my favorite characters of this trial.
He is really funny. I like the cane
I
biting
swear
thing.
to God!
Also, the cane biting is sound effects. It's just
I just like the character design, like how when he looks side, it's like they do stuff with the character design. It looks really cool.
Yeah, I was wondering like why you gave him that voice, and it like perfectly matches his actions. Like, he seems like a
Proof.
proper gentleman.
That's right. I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you. Not for this.
But you call us both shicers, brand us as criminals.
You call us liars, that's what he means. And accuse us of doing it.
As it stands at the moment,
What the fuck you say?
there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here.
if I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack both of his teeth. Both of his teeth. All of his teeth.
I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way.
I couldn't say. I mean, I really don't know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGuilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here.
I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of the trial.
Evidence.
No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury.
So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence?
Yeah! Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah! Look!
I think it's the second one.
Yeah, second. I thought it was third and fourth.
No, yeah, that's the third one. Never mind.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Wait now.
Well, no.
Excuse me! Mr. McGuilded,
Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you?
did the witness's last statement give you pause for some thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder.
I wonder as well.
I wonder.
What are you insinuating now?
Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. About me money. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe tis fast approaching. Is it not your repayment date?
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconsolable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
No. Well, now, that a touch of begrudgery, isn't it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crime off on another. He's setting traps for these people. And young Mr. First,
Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir?
you be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding off your head? Is that one of your own creations, is it?
Oh, well, I'm still an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine chimp walks through the door.
The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is.
Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch.
Customers, such as thrice-fired Mason.
Uh,
There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord.
Huh. I did notice that before, but I thought that was a feather.
Right.
Interesting.
So they made hats.
He made his hat.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Oi.
I see it now, okay. Yeah, stitching.
Yeah, different colors. I can't help thinking that poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Shit.
That's one of my hats.
Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you can't have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods.
Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not, sir.
Well, there's really nothing more to add. That's the former form.
No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. No, sir.
What is happening? It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. Now, I take my bow. I risk my case.
You little weasel!
He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGuilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
Oh, fucking lot. Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Yeah, so that was completely optional.
What?
Wow.
I thought that had to do with the case.
Yeah.
It just adds more context.
Wow. Okay.
That's fucking beautiful.
For having identified the milliner responsible for the victim's hat. Wow.
That's sure.
That's fucking insane. I thought this one was going to be the one that was, like, the optional one.
Yeah. I didn't know there would be an optional one.
Insanity.
Shu Takami!
You bastard! You
You
amazing
glorious bastard!
You want me to kill you?
Do you want to die?
Right.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Wait!
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade?
Cat.
Miss Lestrade!
No.
What's with coins in Ace Attorney recently?
They're just loving the
Issues.
coins.
What?
There's just been issues with them.
Yeah.
Keep away from coins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking,
Reyes.
Reyes, McGuilded, and Gina.
It opens. The skylight is what we're talking about, right?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, Jesus, no, please.
Oh, wait.
All them skylights open, dead easy.
More easily than you can load that weapon?
That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind,
I broke one.
You can't do it from inside your mug.
Shoot him.
No.
Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears.
Mr. Strahd, this is not the form to be eulogizing at the subject of your criminal activities.
Right.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So I did what I was. I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side.
That's why you can't open him from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck.
I'm upon the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims.
Yes, sir!
Falls in.
I've died, sir.
Why would that only open from the outside?
Because the way that it opens is like it's a latch, basically. So it's not like if it's locked over, you can't budge it.
Like, right, but like, why is that? Is what I'm saying.
I actually wouldn't be able to tell you that. I have no idea.
Because it seems like straight. It's like, oh,
Well,
they
if they
can't
could
open
open it in from the inside, someone could be like over it and then just like fall over.
True.
Yeah, but
True,
still,
but I think when you're looking up to open it, you would see the person.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's weird.
If some idiot is standing over the glass, they deserve it. What the fuck?
Oh, my hat.
Oh my shit. Oh.
See?
She's gonna shoot. Yeah.
Fucking daft idiots. Idiots.
You daft cunts. Jesus.
It appears the street girl statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Answer for the defense. Please continue with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself.
Do what?
Okay, so I'm assuming now we can do it.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at the skylight.
So this skylight was fastened shut before.
But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it.
And if I had to guess, it's gonna be right over top of the bloodstain, right?
You can see it better of it from the inside.
Okay.
Right.
You can certainly see the inside of the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
It's not good for us.
No. What's inside?
Open the fucking door!
Okay, I'm getting on it, jeez!
Yeah, get off my dick!
I mean...
Blood?
I mean...
Oh!
Now who did that? Now who did that?
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Hard enough to kick someone like you through it, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why someone like me?
Ah!
What is it?
Look, just here. Look at this. Look!
That's without question.
It's blood.
Why would there be a bloodstain in there?
Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
There's another murder.
So
So he was killed on top of the glass.
Yep.
And shoved off.
Alright.
Anyone need any bricks?
Oh, you wanted bricks, huh?
Where's your proof? Oh, I got your
Oh,
proof
well,
right
my
here.
good man. He had to watch you enter that omnibus.
Objection! He's like, wait, no, stop. You shouldn't do that. No.
Dimple, shoddy.
Shawty in my head like a melody.
Shoddy was the melody of the head of mine.
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight and onto the cabin below. These are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom.
What?
Oh my god!
That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom.
Where?
Counsel,
My lord.
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell through the roof deck, through the skylight.
Never mind, I lied. I don't see it.
There it is.
There it is.
I thought it disappeared for
Yeah,
Same here.
It looked like it did.
Yes, it does.
don't
open
know
very
why it's
widely.
going
I
through
should
this.
kick you down the hole.
No! Blood!
Yes, blood.
I wonder why.
Surely Temple.
Shirley Temple. I'm
Oh, right. Okay, because we
that?
didn't present. I forgot.
Got it.
Jupiter, is that
They know what Jupiter?
blood?
Yeah. Jupiter's been a thing since, like, ancient Greece, dude.
I
they
know.
put all that shit.
I just like to think it's like, what is Jupiter? Jesus Christ!
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
I don't know why that's so funny.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGuilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of the crime. No!
Don't tell me this was a triple effort.
Order! Order! Order!
Oh my god.
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
Jesus Christ. I doubt it. It only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I?
But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean...
I don't know why, but I have a weird feeling that they knew a person was already dead on the bench, and they were like, oh, that Mr. McGuilded's down there. Maybe if we throw the body down there, they'll think it's him. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Oh god, I'm still crying from that fucking...
But again,
Oh, God.
that wasn't there before.
The blood.
That's weird.
I don't know. They switched floors, dude.
They swapped out the wood paneling.
They brought in a group of Amish men, very particular Amish.
Tis all to blame, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No!
But it can't be. It's all lies!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eye, didn't they?
God, she slapped that thing hard.
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
My lord.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
I fucking knew it.
Like, fuck no. Pog!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGuilded.
Oh, what were ye be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? You fucking liar.
Blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection! Wait, what are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in that carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But...
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeek, that the stain of blood was...
Fabricated, my lord, yes. And while the court has been in session.
What? Ow!
God. I'm so used to fucking the cops being so dumb that I'm like, wait, they investigated this beforehand?
But
What
we
a
actually,
palaver.
we actually got to see it get put there.
You're right. That's the problem, too. I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGuilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contribution to the public life. Don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Bailey!
Mr. McGuilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature.
Uh-oh. Oh.
You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty.
Oh.
And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt to the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
Forged evidence.
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGuilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
I toast to it. Tut tut. Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel?
Uh-huh? Oh, no!
I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? I'm waiting for him to throw it back into the fucking lamps. But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it with the world and his wife saying, with the smoke bomb, you nimpty? Isn't that right now, counsel?
It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session.
I learned, friend.
Keeps calling them.
Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter, in your own words.
No!
No.
Yes,
There we go.
as you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think...
It could have been possible. Fucking McGuilded's gonna be pissed. Pissed.
Hey, if he did it, I'm not gonna hide it.
Right. This is Matt on guard type shit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like I'm not gonna just say like
I'm not fine with this.
As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can.
This is a case 3.
But still, yeah, this is wild.
I'm like, you think they put this at the end or something? No, they put it in the fucking middle.
I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here.
My pride.
There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. But, I'm just shooting that right back. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh?
Jesus! Explain yourself, counsel!
What are you doing? Stop!
Everyone shut up. Yes, there it is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from the deceit.
Deceit!
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently on the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Grenade! I farted. Sorry.
What's going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I can't see it.
I hereby call an emergency recess! Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom!
So the bailiff got 2 orders.
Mm-hmm.
The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into a confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
I thought he was gonna pull out his sword. This case will never end. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless gorger!
Feckless Gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me? 'Tis a wicked plot! 'Tis a plot to undermine me! So it is!
Objection!
Everyone's fucking shook.
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies such as...
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat.
It's cool.
When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
You just did.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if the evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify as such.
I mean, we did.
What do you think? We know. We know.
Sorry?
We saw. What about the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling.
Wait, so they already mentioned about the,
They mentioned the blood up top, but they never mentioned the puddle of blood at the bottom.
Ah, okay.
That's what I've been thinking the entire time. I'm like, why didn't he mention that?
And they also mentioned the thing on the inside, right? The underneath?
Yeah, the
that
compartment.
was...
You mentioned that was
the
empty.
compartment.
Yeah, okay. My lord,
Yes, counsel.
there is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What are you doing, you fucking numpty?
Why are you turning Scottish?
I'm sorry! He's actually, hey, what the fuck are you doing?
Objection!
Silence, McGuilded. That's not the voice. The court awaits the defense clarification.
God damn it.
Fucking...
Gar.
No, fucking, Manfred.
It's just Manfred. An ancestor, so.
Yeah.
The straw keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I'll have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial?
Oh. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't
Can
you
you
do
even-
it. You can double
you-
click to move the cursor.
Don't do. No!
Oh, you fool, you've investigated, not
Fuck.
presented.
Is it?
Well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all, and yet Zinks has made no mention of...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Strange.
Look it up real quick.
You disappoint
that-
me.
Van Zieks.
Got it.
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Carlos?
Carlo.
Alright, I'm back.
Good lord!
Good lord!
He fucking sprinted.
Imagine if we didn't even look.
Yes, I do believe you're correct, Consul.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that that was a very careless slip of the tongue.
I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake.
You. Oh my. Ah! This trial is over.
Mr. McGuilded!
I've done everything I've possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now.
But you're the defendant!
'Tis over, I tell you! Jesus. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now.
Well...
And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, a good-for-nothing Reaper Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord. My lord.
I must concur with the defendant. The unconfirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence,
It's impossible.
I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Shit.
What are you thinking?
I'm trying to find out if there's a way to, like, prove it somehow with other evidence. That blood's darker. This blood's brighter, you know? Like, things like that. Because if we go inside...
Current. That's newer blood.
Open the fucking door!
See, it's brighter.
Yep.
It's not dried.
Yeah, that blood. Yeah. You're right. You got that. You got that. Look at the color of the blood.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Van Zeeks, what is your position?
Even Zeeks is like, fuck.
I wonder if there's, like, a situation which you can, like, play this trial but fully defend McGuilded. Even with the very clearly forged evidence. And then getting him, like, completely off?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
The prosecution, my lord.
I'm sorry. What?
Has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Multiple endings? Question mark?
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my education. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGuilded will be found not guilty.
Yes.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for this trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Also for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Damn.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes...
This defense... It's like, this man's fucking guilty as fuck.
I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate the defense of my client, Mr. McGuilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience fully attest to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
What the fuck? Oh my god!
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, There's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
It's just me.
Look at that stance. Purple suit.
Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, Counsel! A defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question. Are you of sound mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision.
What?
I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles.
Yeah.
Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work ye done, so ye have.
What do you mean?
'Tis just as right, honorable gentleman so successfully put it off for. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of properly, as I had said.
The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Jesus.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
Aye. Ain't no way. I thank you kindly, my lord. Judge is so sad.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection! But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if the witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
Prosecution being at fault for something.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection! But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer a judgment.
What?
This man is fucking crooked as fuck. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me that this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If he'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGuilded.
Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing, a warning.
The next time I see you, I'm gonna kill you.
This is far from over.
Oh, well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGuilded.
This is not what I wanted. It's not even cheering.
The fuck, bro?
What the fuck, Shu?
Case 3.
They're like, no more jurors.
I can't believe it.
This is an outrage.
What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent.
It's time
We
fuckery.
couldn't bring up the fact that the blood was new?
Right.
Courtroom in a pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us.
But
Ostensibly.
a victory? But was it really a victory?
Welcome to Britain.
Welcome to Britain.
Jesus. The scales
We're
have
gonna see
shifted.
that. Yep.
Weird. Alright.
That certainly was a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Oh, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who's actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that!
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did? Fuck off. Why'd you make me this guy?
Mr. McGuilded. Ah, and that girl is with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't they be say? What?
Yes, definitely.
I'd hear it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
Oh, I don't know about that. Not sure I really did anything.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How do I walk out of there a free man?
I don't really think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
What are you trying to say? You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Oh, 'tis water under the bridge.
Get the fuck out of my face. Leave.
But nothing's resolved.
We learned nothing about the case.
No. There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Money. Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that Odysseus and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now the fine fellow of Scotland Yard can take matters into hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay.
It's not that funny.
So then, as we agreed, a format hand 1,000 guineas for you trebles, fella.
Oh, no, I can't possibly accept that much.
Don't be waste. You're humble people, are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. There. But have this. Still and all, you deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGuilded!
Oh no.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom?
Watch this, officer. 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Oh, no problem, Meekins. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
What? They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. Good luck, fucker.
There he goes, a free man.
We got fucked.
Oh, I forgot she was here too.
Oh, here we go. That animation.
Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mr. Strahd, you wouldn't mind putting that down? Here, grown up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups.
Dude, I'm in my 20s.
There you are.
What the fuck?
Naughty, naughty. Running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
Taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, that's not her. That's not Sherlock.
Okay, let's
Oh,
play that game.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh, you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Just puts it down.
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normally smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Blind my eyes.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
What's it? What? Huh? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory.
What? What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? Fuck, I keep losing the accent, bro.
I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me.
Before I blast you into oblivion.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
Okay.
Cutscene.
Curtsy. Well, I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
Yeah, thanks.
She was a lively one.
I wonder where they
Also,
stay.
if you noticed, the sight on the bazooka was actually the same as Sherlock's goggles.
Oh, well, so they're probably working together.
Oh, absolutely.
She makes... Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too?
Yes, you're right, but where to?
Oh, yeah, we don't have a place.
We haven't found time to find a place to stay. No sooner that we arrived in London, we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodging.
This late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck.
Fuck. Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGuilded Park.
I know it'll be maybe a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter in London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGuilded down. The 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there would be more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Old Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
Promise I couldn't keep. He's gonna be working for Vortex. Oh my.
Of course.
How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh my. Who's inside?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
The judge.
This can't be.
Edgeworth.
No, not Edgeworth.
He's like, someone was in fucking side. Don't tell me it was fucking what's his name.
I think it may have been McGuilded.
McGuilded was in there. Well.
So Carlos.
What's up?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I told you the mediocre cases are done.
But you didn't say they were gonna go like this.
Yeah, so what'd you think? What'd you think of that case?
What can I think?
Made before Spirit of Justice, by the way.
Shit the fuck. We only have 2 more cases left.
Dude, we have 2 cases left. What the fuck? I don't want to be done. Carlos, I don't want to be done.
This is too good.
Why'd you make me play this today?
So, you know, my main thing, I definitely did not want that trial to be spoiled in any capacity.
Oh my
for
god.
obvious reasons.
What the fuck, bro?
And the thing is, we leave that case, we still don't even know if he did it or not.
I kind of think he did it. You know, I'm gonna be honest.
We know, like, it's looking like he forged, but, like, we don't know he did it. There's still a lot of weird stuff about the case. Like, that
if he didn't do
like,
it, he definitely knew someone who did do it.
There's a lot of weird stuff with that case.
Oh my
It's weird.
god, what the fuck?
We left that trial having not solved the case, acting only as a defense attorney. We proved our case and we left.
And we didn't even get to fully prove our case because he was like, wait.
Bro.
What, like, Jesus, I played this, I'm like, this is a different game. Like,
This isn't
all
even in
bets are off at this stage. Like,
You
everything's
don't even know.
Is our client guilty or not? Who the fuck
It
knows?
doesn't matter now if he was in that fucking thing.
I'm just saying more of a precedent going forward. Like, you're looking at every defense, like, did you do it?
Did you do it?
There's all bets are off.
Dear Lord.
And also, the expectation that you investigate properly.
Yeah.
That's completely on you.
Yeah.
We have to look at every minute detail.
The game
like,
rewards you or punishes you if you don't look hard enough. I played that case and I didn't look in the cubby.
Like, that's wild. So, like, did you say that it was empty, or did you say you didn't
I just
search?
said I didn't see it. I was honest. I didn't see it. Me, Migos, and everyone were like, what the fuck? We were like, oh my god.
Yeah. Check that?
Because, Jesus H. Christ, this is insane.
That's nuts.
But,
You guys want to jump in?
let's have a little peek. Let's have a little peek.
Yeah, let's have a peek. Who's dead inside that
have a
fucking
look.
trolley? The clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover.
I agree.
His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
All the cases have left shit that we haven't solved.
No secondary cutscene there, huh?
No.
Oh. They're like,
And
oh,
this is
she's
the
dead.
next day as well.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna find out who's dead in the omnibus. Maybe, hopefully. I don't fucking know, man.
I don't know anymore, man. I can guess, and I'll be scared if I guess it right.
Who?
Me. If I just start making guesses.
No, who's in the omnibus?
He asked you who's in the omnibus, not who's scared.
No, I didn't hear. My internet cut out for a second.
But like shit, like shit, like holy fuck.
I want to keep playing, but it's like
I want to know,
dude.
man.
I think it's actually 4. Hold on.
Yeah, it's 320.
It's 320 right now.
3. Like Jesus, man.
8-hour shift.
Like fuck.
Like my mind's just wandering.
Let's just talk about Zeke's as a prosecutor is fucking amazing. I love Zeke.
He's not even a bad guy.
No, he's not. Like even when we were like agreeing with him, he was like,
only thing
I'm pleasantly surprised. You
yeah,
know,
he's just made offhand comments like, "Oh."
But everything he presented was complete and also it's setting a precedent. The police aren't incompetent.
Yeah.
They have been shown to take extra steps to ensure that they made sure the witnesses weren't connected in any way. They set up like multiple investigations. They combed it, and he even brings up like that wasn't there before. We looked there. We wouldn't miss that. They're not like ignoring evidence. Anything that he doesn't present right off the bat is like contextual, and he presents it when the need arises. It's not like he's hiding anything.
Now I understand why the fucking police don't do their work anymore. They're like, no one's gonna fucking believe us.
The jury system is fucking amazing. It's nice to have that input, and they already sort of like the first case it's introduced. It's shown how absolutely flawed it is. Still,
3 different mechanics that weren't in any game prior are in this game.
Yep.
Well, I mean, jury mechanics sort of, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
every other game brings like one new thing. Shu said, fuck all that shit. Bring
I got some ideas. Let's put them in.
Dear Lord.
Fuck Shu.
and he made the setting of that scene. It's so fucking because you're going to like there's a part in the trailer like okay, time for the great turnabout, but you just have that feeling of dread of just like something's really not right here.
It's not like a straight line.
Because you're the hero that makes the turnabout and solves the case.
And we didn't.
Those 2 guys are gonna face some stuff for what you accused them of doing, and the evidence presented.
Shit,
bro. I think this might be a better Matt Ungard.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's a bold statement, and I am very much inclined to believe you.
Because there's like, it's not even like we can prove he did it.
We literally cannot prove in any shape, way, or form that he actually killed the guy. Sure, we can inference that he was the one, you know, setting up the courtroom and, you know, getting all the smoke grenade
the blood
going, the blood put on there, and the cubby cleared out. We can inference that, but we don't actually know. There was no confirmation. There was no like he didn't like say, "Ha ha ha! You got me then, lawyer. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm evil. I'm the bad guy. But you can't do anything about it because I have your assistant with me, kidnapped by a fucking assassin." None of that. It was literally just
no.
Well, and just sort of like the realistic side of him as a like he's a public figure. He's someone people respect in the general public. And then you start learning about who he was, and you're like, oh my god, who are we defending?
And it's like there's like a realism too. That's what like sucks about it because you know there's fucking politicians that do this exact shit. Yeah, and you see it like he breaks character, and like at that point when he thinks Ryu's not gonna help him, he literally has to state for himself, well, don't you see this shit? And they're like, well, you're right.
It's like, don't you already know that this trial is over? Why continue this farce? It's like, but it's not over.
But it's not.
I can show that the evidence is it's fresh. This isn't true. This isn't real. But nope, doesn't matter.
Nope.
I'm gonna be real. That kind of made me a little angry because like we could tell that it was fresh, but I think it's more just there to show that you can't do anything about it. Even if you brought it up, that wouldn't have changed anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what it's like. I'm like,
'Cause at the end of it, it's blood there, and it's also you got to consider the time period too. That's just blood that exists there.
Yeah,
they don't.
It's
It's
just
like
that's the end of it. There's no proof to say that was planted either, because again,
There's
Zeus
the
didn't
time period.
establish it. He didn't have any way, didn't take any photos of the interior that showed the full thing.
which,
And
to be
he's-
fair, that is on him.
yes, it is.
And Zeke's doesn't like. I fuck. Also, Zeke's animations are fucking
Oh,
throwing
yeah.
the wine glass
Yeah.
in the fire, smashing in his hand, the leg, the
The
fucking
leg is
leg.
amazing. I fucking love that animation.
and just he's a prosecutor first, and any sort of bit with him is second.
It's just
He's-
wow.
He's a character that resembles Dracula, not Dracula that's supposed to be a prosecutor.
Yeah.
That's about all it is.
It's even worse because it's like you feel bad for him because he can't show any proof that the blood was there or not. He knows and he has to concede, but then Ryu's like, no, but it wasn't
Yeah.
there.
He has to suck it up because the photos of the crime scene, that
There's
he
none-
didn't take any pictures of the crime scene because they don't have proper forensic techniques developed yet.
And what else? Like, also consider the fact that the questions that raised if McGuilded did it, why didn't he just pin it all on Gina? Why didn't he just simply not appear there? Why didn't he? There's so many questions. Like, why didn't he just avoid doing certain things that he did?
Yeah, why would he have let himself be put into a court of law to be tried, knowing that there is a possibility that somebody could have forged evidence against him? I
There's
mean,
so many weird instances with this case that, like, you think to yourself, like, you get brought, like, did he genuinely do it?
I don't know. Like, I can't even say like, yeah, I think he did it. Because I can't say. I want to think he did it because I want a bad guy. But what if
Yeah.
there's just no fucking bad guy?
There's no fucking bad guys in these damn scenes.
What if there's no bad guy? What if there's no person who just unequivocally did it and that we can point to and say, listen, Your Honor, he did it? We can't say that with McGuilded.
That's scary.
It's a great turnabout where we turn the case around. We just win our case and we left because we have nothing else we can do.
We didn't even like we had to leave because they already ended it. And when they did the fucking confetti, no one was fucking cheering. Everyone was like, "What? Wait,
What just happened?"
The jurors, the fucking everybody was just like, "What?"
No justice for Mr. Mortar. Or Mr. Mason. I
Yeah,
forgot to say
Mr. Mason, thrice face.
I'm used to Mr. Mortar.
Oh my god,
No, Mr. Mason
is
and-
dead,
and the
no
crime
one-
scene is gone now because fucking burnt to a crisp.
Yep. Whoever's inside too. We don't know who's inside yet.
I want to see this conversation just so I know who died in that or who's
The
burned.
conversation's right here if you want to see it.
I don't even know if they're gonna say it though. Are they?
You have to find
They
out.
talk about it here if you want to see it.
Okay, yeah, I want to see.
Okay,
it.
let's see.
I need to.
So someone was burnt last night. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Noda?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After so much time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. Spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed 300 pounds for the rooms, and that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
300?
Oh no, 3 pounds, not 300 pounds.
Oh no, no man. I thought I was like, why the music there?
Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, the sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
Ugh, I really am sorry.
Wasting my goddamn money. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Ugh, London's a scary place.
I want to go back.
Good morning to you at this early hour.
Scary, dude.
Oh, yes, well...
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have to come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Sasada is amazing. She doesn't even bat an eyelid, even in the presence of such an imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you.
In accordance of your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I have already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Oh!
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a full-fledged lawyer.
The birds.
My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you.
Oh, God.
I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
Yes.
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What's more, what were you hoping for?
The truth.
The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Him.
Not! He's dead.
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGuilded really was innocent.
Doesn't matter.
Mr. Naruhodo!
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended.
I don't care.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry?
He's dead.
What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGuilded passed away immediately following the trial.
No!
What? Mr. McGuilded is dead?
Why'd the birds fly?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. So, like, the usual belief would be that, like, oh, okay, so we're gonna get Mr. McGuilded in the final trial. No, he's just dead. He's dead.
Nope. Gone.
I
don't know.
I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGuilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No.
How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGuilded.
That's awful!
The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
Slipped inside.
That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
Meekins, how'd you fuck this up so badly?
That's implying I'm not the one who set the fire.
Fair.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Are you fucking serious? Thinking back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGuilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
I'm going back to look at the omnibus.
Yeah, we did just read this, so I'm gonna skip through it.
Yeah. It's fair. It's a 2D.
Also, I like the coloration.
Oh yeah.
An inspection of the omnibus?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who is Mr. McGuilded talking about?
Never mind that now, the Yard is making a thorough investigation.
What the fuck?
This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Villain talk.
Poor Mr. McGuilded, this is bullshit. Like, Naruhodo, do you believe this shit?
So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
It's full of shit.
Go. Well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow.
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Yeah, literally like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Sasada-san has a way with words.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
And corrupted.
The most advanced in the world, is it?
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
That's fucking nuts.
I don't mean to be contrary to a strong heart, but the case was anything but simple.
Did the woman just talk back to me?
Circumstances were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny?
No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve.
Are you fucking...
And that can only be attributed to the exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I don't know about all that.
Well, never mind.
This man's evil.
You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth.
Dude, the fucking poster shows that he is evil.
I haven't seen the poster.
It is incriminating.
I just feel like, at least with this, there's like, it's more subtle, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's a lot better than means. But dear lord, he's gonna end up dying in like case 5, and we're gonna be like, all right, fucking all bets off.
I'm gonna be like, fuck it, man. This is nothing. I can't get nothing right.
Shoes pulling our shit, man.
He knows our games. He knows what we're used to.
Shu decided to change the game when I was getting on there. Everyone else was starting guessing. He's like, all right, time to write it out of the box. You see this box? We're outside of that box.
Cause like, I mean, you look at this and you are like, okay, Strongheart, you are very clearly like evil in some way. You're pulling the courts, you know, to whatever you want.
Like, evil or not, like he's been like, it's not like he's contained to a case.
No.
You're getting to know him.
Yeah, he is an overarching person, you know?
If he's not evil,
with
he's just
major back muscles.
Huge back muscles. Good try.
Yeah. It's like, if he's not an evil guy, he's just very cold-hearted.
You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
Christ.
What's going on? What was he going to say before?
I was gonna laugh because I killed McGill.
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes.
No.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did you just read my mind?
This time,
No one has died as yet.
this time a whole family has been murdered.
And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly.
Thank God.
Oh.
23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
So the trial's tomorrow then.
So we'll say it's better than being on there for 10 minutes.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after McGuilded's trial.
Yes, I nearly forgot. There was one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Oh!
The situation remains unchanged. The trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
Jesus Christ, what's with London with no lawyer? I mean, no defense?
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Here we go again.
This is a pawn. They're making him a pawn.
Boop. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking.
His theme is time.
There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he also said there was plenty of time.
And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what is that?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intended to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn about how the greatest judicial system in the world worked so he could change Shars in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing,
Oh!
Another thing. Continue.
On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me.
There's something very important that I have to do.
Something very important. And what exactly would that be?
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he ever made it to Great Britain.
You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Hatsuki never once mentioned anything of this sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand.
Watson.
I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details.
How long has he been there?
Everyone's just silent.
I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Whoosh.
Wilson.
Son of a bitch. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all.
You let me die!
The fish and chips.
Fish and chips, it looks like it.
Ish.
It is.
No chin.
Could we trouble you?
AJ.
Me?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Lovely weather, isn't it?
What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of your hand, you know.
But Sada-san told me it was foolproof.
I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm having here to give you the likes of you talking.
I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never ever heard of. Hearing that ribbon sound? That's my reputation at the yard. To tatters.
There's no reason to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Yeah? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. And the winters don't seem a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable! How did you pull that off? Also, this man is fucking, what's his name? Pineapple Man, I don't remember what his name is.
Pineapple Man.
Oh, Pesci?
Pesci!
Joe Pesci?
No, just Pesci.
Oh.
JoJo.
Yeah. Man has no neck.
He's
Yeah,
a
I'm about
lone
to
man.
say no chin.
No chin, no neck.
No neck at all. He doesn't work out his neck like Phoenix or Edgeworth.
So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Is this a Sherlock Holmes character?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah,
figured.
he's a detective.
Okay.
Gregson, Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Sasato-san? Does this detective name mean something to her?
Clearly.
Ah.
Oh shit, we should probably call it. Fuck, alright.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to the crime scene, I
Okay.
guess.
Yeah.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
You got lost in it.
Yeah, I was just like, oh man, this is. Wait, what are you talking? Oh yeah.
Yes.
You're acting like you know this man, Miss Sato, but he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well.
Yes, he's featured prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You, the rival of great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible!
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with goods from time to time. Mr. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest regard. Gregson is the pick up a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you know.
That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
No. And I have to admit that, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand. My reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. Fame's gone to his head, stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying, as sure as eggs is eggs.
X is X.
What the fuck does that mean?
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard to work with.
Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people.
What did I just say?
What did I just say?
So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before?
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young... Oh god, hold on. I need something to drink. Fuck! Fuck! A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
Suppose you would have finished, whoever it was with the Sasato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Ryunosuke, you've angered her now.
Well, this is the first victim to be alive, right?
Yep. I think very few people have been assaulted in this series, let alone and survived.
That's what I'm saying, and lived.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit?
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognizes the person in question.
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. He's dead. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barack Van Ziek.
No!
Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Yeah, I was on the trial with him the other day.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zieks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper of the Bailey.
The Bailey.
Lord Barack Von Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGuilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
That dead guy.
When Van Zieks stand for the prosecution, they called the accused. They called the accused his sacrificial lambs. They're fucking dead. In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
That's true, because the guy was killed right after.
Yep.
The curse continues. Even though he was declared not guilty, he was still murdered right after.
He knows he was guilty, so the curse continues.
The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose these aren't that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
Huh. What of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
Dude, he's dead. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? Why am I turning my...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're...
Sorry.
Slipping a little bit, but aside.
What? No. What happened? What the hell is happening to me? Because Mr. McGuilded fucked me up. Hold on. What happened to that bloke in the end? He's dead. He's fucking done.
Magnus McGuilded came a cropper in the omnibus when it went up in flames.
Came a cropper.
So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What? What are you saying?
I'm saying he was fucking guilty. Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about it if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
You better. With my fish and chips.
So, like, they got rid of the usual stereotype, like, oh, it's the unbeatable prosecutor, and then you beat him, and then that fear is gone. It's not that he's unbeatable, it's that everyone he has ever prosecuted has died.
They all have died?
That's what they're saying there. The Reaper.
They all die or they're pronounced guilty. There's no escape for somebody going up against him.
And that's far more horrifying than just being, the prodigy prosecutor. No, everyone he goes against dies.
Dude, I don't want to play anymore.
Right, well, I filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We'll still carry out a few investigations there. Why am I doing this?
It was Briar Road you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct.
I don't know what to give them. That's the problem. It's like
English.
I know it's English,
just like
but then
standard English. I don't know what it's called, but like definitely not posh in my opinion. Because like, I mean, he doesn't look like he'd be posh.
Yeah, he's eating fish and chips out of a newspaper.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's because when I'm trying to do the English, I'm slipping back into the what? The Sherlock Shlooms. Okay. That's correct, Mom. If it's always going into, like, Scottish or Irish, I don't know.
They're trying to make him grumbly.
Grumbly like this?
Or just like, whatever.
That's correct, Mom. If you head over to the holding cell, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already.
Yes. He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell. He is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else.
It's kind of fucked.
He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer, and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you.
And good luck. I'll try to find my voice.
So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, so they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? I mean, I know what you heard, but to tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too.
But if the man they've arrested is innocent,
Hmm.
you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny.
So?
If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself, and I'm not really sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you go help?
Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes, let's go! The baby car.
You think that guy really wants our help after he saw what happened to
What? Prison
I'd
first?
go to the prison first if you're gonna go somewhere.
Okay. I wanted to see the crime scene, but at the same time, I think we should probably call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's options and
That was case 3.
Yep. Yeah, case 3 by the way.
This feels
You know,
like
what is usually regarded as like the weaker case, you know, the whatever case.
it's like, oh, we're gonna get to the end. We haven't even.
Bro.
There's still stuff to know.
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Case
See-
4 already.
Yeah,
Oh
which
my
is
God.
I hate you for making me play this today, because now we're gonna be breezing through this fucking
Well,
game.
'cause I really couldn't have that case risk being spoiled in any capacity.
That's understandable, honestly.
Yeah. But it's
Man.
like this might be
Honestly-
like the fastest we've gone through.
We might need to just take like a break in between after Great Ace Attorney, the first one, because I don't want to like breeze through Great Ace Attorney 2, you know? Like I
Right.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
exactly. So I might do like, I don't know, maybe like a one shot or something one day, so that we can like have a day
Oh,
of
Mr. Takami.
recompense.
I
What have you
wanted-
done to us, Mr.
I
Takami?
wanted to have a talk
Honestly.
with that man.
So
What
what
do
do you guys
Oh.
think, huh?
Yeah. Everyone's fucking guilty.
There's not been like a single annoying witness yet either.
Nope.
I
Like-
like all of them.
Yeah. Even the jury.
Yeah, they've all been interesting.
But, that's what I was wondering. Are they gonna replace the jury in the next
Yeah, it's
trial?
different. It's
Oh
different.
fuck!
Jesus. Oh
You
my
made a count
god,
for all of
bro.
that?
Yeah, that's what. See, that's my like issue with like. I'm like, that's why I need the book.
See, I was like wondering. I'm like, why does he need a bug? And I'm like, oh my god, all these characters.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Great Ace Attorney is not an inaccurate statement for what this game has been.
What was Yamazaki doing with that money?
Honestly,
Why did
fucking
he do?
hookers and cocaine, apparently.
Why
You
did they
were-
take Shu off of it?
It's not even. They didn't take him off. He just wanted to work on something else. He didn't want to work on something
Shu, why did you let this happen?
like Christ. Like you guys were like semi-impressed with the 3D modeling in Spirit of Justice.
Yeah, it
And
was
then
kind
you
of like,
came
oh,
into,
you
like-
know, that's nice. And then we see this is like, okay, all right, fucking Yamazaki, what the hell are you doing with your money?
It's just lazy. Yamazaki's just so lazy after playing this.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
It's like, how dare you?
Shu actually has a love for the series. Yamazaki just wants money.
You got a paycheck.
That's so fucking.
Like,
Ah.
imagine me like falling out of love with the series and finally getting to play this game through a fan translation. And I got to that case 3 with Mikos and Evan. And we were like, what the fuck?
I don't know, man.
God, bro.
I don't know
It's
what to
been
expect.
so long since an Ace Attorney game has gotten a feel like a genuine something out of me.
Like, I don't even know if even guessing does it. Like I know we joked about it before. Like guessing, oh look, he's just like I don't even know if I want to guess at this point. I want to be a part of the ride.
It's such a fascinating ride. It's made pressing people fun. It's made like looking for like investigating fun. They've added new mechanics to make investigating better.
Yes.
Characters so far have been fucking superb. I can't think of a single bad character so far.
We literally got scared that the thing was gonna end because we were pressing too much.
Yeah.
God, bro. God.
Why?
That whole thing where McGuilded like sets an entire motivation for both witnesses is an optional thing that you can miss if you don't press.
Which is fucking wild.
Euphoric.
And like, we had to consider the fact they made it an achievement in this version, but in the 3DS version when it came out initially, that wasn't an achievement. That was just a bonus thing.
Oh my god.
It wasn't
I
even
mean-
made for the sake of achievement.
Yeah, I my God, like
Oh my goodness. What can you even say?
insanity, dude.
Why is this not like? What's the matter with Japan? They didn't like this game.
This is
They
like
didn't
fucking
understand it.
honestly, like
What?
fucking Game Awards rolling back around. Fucking nominate this shit for Game of the Year.
Oh my god, dude.
It's insane.
There's like no like. You can't even say there's like inconsistencies because it's like not everything's been solved.
Honestly, I'm like the Yamazaki games. When you think of any like plot hole, the more you think about it, the more the plot hole disappears. Not that it gets wider. You're like, oh, that makes sense. Hold on.
Chew.
Everything is planned. The fucking balls of having evidence change while in your possession.
The risk.
And the thing, it's not even a risk. It's not like, it's not forcing you not to know anything. It's congratulating you for noticing. your reward, you're like, it's like, good on you, you noticed that, good job.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
not
Yeah.
damning if you don't know it. It's more just saying, you saw it, good job, keep it up.
Yeah, it's like, keep it up because you're gonna need it.
Not, you failed to notice this because you're a fucking idiot. Here, let me show you what it is by telling you directly what it is once you finish the testimony. No, it doesn't do that. It doesn't hold your hand, but it also isn't afraid to tell you that you did a good job.
Yeah, and like, not a single time during that trial was there like like, it doesn't tell you what to present at any point in time.
No,
You
it
need to
doesn't.
completely think of that on your own and make a case as a lawyer.
Mm-hmm. But like you said with the emancipation thing, the only reason they did that is because it was just brought in.
Yeah, it's a tutorial. They don't do that going forward, obviously.
Right, but it's fucking nuts. There's all these new mechanics, and they struggled with the other ones.
Bro. Made before Spirit of Justice, by the way.
How?
This game is fantastic.
I just imagine being Chu is like, okay, the Great Ace Attorney, they have so much backing to it. So what they're gonna do? He looks at Spirit of Justice. He's like, ah!
What did you do?
No, my baby!
Oh my god!
I was like, hey, you want to make the second one? Yes.
No, they, like, Great Ace Attorney 2 had a less of a budget than the first game.
Okay, well, I mean, because it
sold like shit. The first game sold like absolute shit.
Right.
Well, but why? Like, it's so good.
That's what I'm saying.
It wasn't advertised well, and people were like elitist to the series, were just like, oh, Phoenix not in it. I don't want to play that.
Oh my fucking god.
I hate that. Like, having gone through it, yeah, I was a little, like, nervous because I was like, oh, it's going to be a new character. I don't know how well I'm going to like him.
Right.
But, like, after playing Apollo Justice, like, I have faith in, you know, the writers to make the protagonist good.
Right.
At the very least. So you can say that the protagonist is going to be fine. Sure, you might think that, like, you know, all the other characters are, like, annoying and piece of shits and, you know, whatever. But, like, at least the protagonist is fine. So I don't understand why people would be, like, afraid to hand the series over to a new protagonist. Because if love is going anywhere, it's going to the protagonist, like, obviously.
I love Naruhodo.
Yeah, I do too. Man.
Oh my god.
What was
So,
Yamasaki
like-
doing?
And they immediately addressed the whole thing. You remember, Naruhodo was going into this like, what a lawyer should do is believe their client no matter what, and immediately gets hit with mistrial.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
They're
not
teaching-
like
they're
Phoenix.
teaching a different lesson.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Phoenix's was, oh, you believe in your client no matter what, because that's what good lawyers do, and blah, 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 blah. And then later on, he realizes, okay, not all clients are going to be the best of people, but
You have to find the
you'll
truth.
you'll find out eventually. When you find the truth, you'll know who did it and who didn't. And also, you know, Magatama. But just gotta reword my shit properly.
Yeah.
So, but Naruhodo doesn't have it. He doesn't have any stupid lawyer powers, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
fucking.
You gotta learn it through experience.
Yeah, he's a lawyer, you know. He's this is a better version of the first game, you know, like of just a Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. You know, this is just an amplified version of that game because there's no power. It's just mechanics in the courtroom.
Yeah. They haven't talked about spiritual. Well, I mean, they talk about spiritual stuff, but you know, not like.
No spirit channeling stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no just get out of jail free card because hey, it's Mia, you know. It's like it's not like hey Cosma, ring my boy up.
I'm here to tell you.
No, Cosmo is just there to get you started, and then
Die.
And then
Yeah,
you
and
die.
For the
You used me for character development.
Yeah.
But like he didn't even. It wasn't like a grand thing. He wasn't assassinated by. It was an accident. It was a horrible accident.
A horrible accident, and she's getting punished, but at the same time, it's like,
Right.
She didn't mean to do that. Her sentence is likely going to be lenient because she's a minor and she's, you know, confessed and she's going to be on good behavior and it's an accident. So there's
And she's gonna
There's
be
very likely not going to be anything like too serious. And again, she has repented for her crime.
Yeah.
She's like sorry that she did that. So
her punishment is living with.
yeah, that's a real punishment. Is you just have to live with the fact that you killed a man. And sorry, you know, like
Yeah.
Naruto can't be mad at her either. Like
Yeah.
They mentioned they were pissed that they couldn't be.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no bad guy. We can't be mad. There's nothing to be mad about. It was an accident.
And then we finally are about to get a bad guy, and now we couldn't prove it, and he gets killed.
And he gets killed. There's no justice. There's no satisfaction there. He dies and takes the truth with him on whatever happened in that omnibus.
Someone has to know. There's no way. There's no way. I refuse.
Shoo.
I
Bless
feel
you.
pain. Bless you.
Also, Susato was a great assistant. I love how capable she is, with
Yeah.
also having a personality.
Mm-hmm.
She's a wonderful assistant to have.
She's a great assistant.
Honestly, she could be a lawyer herself. Like with all this, like she doesn't have to just be a judicial assistant. She could probably take the stand as a defense attorney.
Yeah. Well, the only thing keeping her from doing that is her gender, obviously.
Yeah, woman.
True. True.
I didn't even like that she entered the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Mm.
A little too progressive, my friend.
We haven't caught a criminal yet. Giselle,
we haven't. Not really.
Giselle's getting sent to Shanghai. Nikomina wasn't she wasn't evil. McGuilded's dead after getting not guilty of it.
Dead, and also maybe just didn't do it. We still don't know.
But we haven't caught anyone yet. These cases have been so fulfilling.
It's filling, but like you want more.
This is how you do a cliffhanger.
That's what I was talking about by saying like this case, like this first game is foundation. It feels like, but it is amazing foundation.
It's a foundation that no one's ever gonna I feel like continue.
What you said is like eating your vegetables, but the vegetables taste good. This is like fucking the Chinese food of vegetables, because that's that's the kind of shit that I like, you know. This is like the best shit, you know.
This is the Mongolian beef.
And there's just so much a cast of interesting characters all around. I mean, there's like detail and care put in. Even in the jurors, each one has their own distinct. The fucking guy swinging the knife around, just a barber, is like the bit with him.
God,
you're fucking.
Love this game, man. I love this game.
What killed me was when you did the banker, and he I can't remember. I think you said something, and he went, no, not even the gnawing. It was just a random.
Fucking serious.
That one, and then a random one. You were just like. I was like, what the hell?
Man.
Oh my god, dude! It's just. I don't even see how you could I know it's over with 2, but I already feel that at some point in the future they're gonna try to make a great Ace Attorney 3, and I'm gonna be like, oh.
And it won't be made by Shu, because Shu's not working for Capcom anymore.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, oh, please.
Yeah, I'm like, I'd be horrified if they tried to touch this, you know.
Unless they are being mastered under Shu Takumi, and Shu Takumi's like, I approve.
Well,
then
it's not gonna be Yamazaki.
Yeah,
it's not. Left Capcom as well.
Not gonna be Yamazaki, but we do have the leaks that says that fourth quarter 2021 they're going to announce Ace Attorney 7.
Ace Attorney 7.
We don't know what that 7 means.
That can be.
It could be mainline. It could be Phoenix Wright game, but it could be a great Ace Attorney game. It could be an investigations game.
How do you go back to mainline?
It has to be the only way I can see mainline recovering is fucking
new cast.
New cast. It has to be. You can mention Phoenix, but you can't.
I don't want to fucking see Phoenix if they make
I don't want.
mainline game.
They have to be oh, Phoenix Wright was a lawyer.
As
Dude,
much
no,
as it
like,
sucks, I am over Phoenix.
Would you want to see him like in a little cameo, like he's just in the background somewhere?
Yeah,
as,
something,
yeah.
exactly. That's
like
fine.
like
But,
in
yeah.
case 5 of Investigations 2, where he's just in the background if you go looking
like,
for
his
him, kind of a
story is
thing.
done. Leave
Yeah,
him alone.
he's-
You're ruining him.
They're
Yes.
actively like ruining Phoenix. It sucks. Like, just make Athena like the main character of her own game, and then
I'm so sorry for Apollo.
be her adventures, or just fucking forget everything from the Write Anything agency and just make a new fucking cast.
Dude,
Just having a new,
2,200.
the amount of intrigue with having a new cast of characters that have just been introduced. Fuck you, like fucking Susano's dad. He's just
Yeah,
who's
he's just
veteran.
there.
He's just there. He's
Like, we have a
gone.
whole cast of characters that have been so interesting. We have no basis for like trusting them or not trusting them, and they've built such a wonderful world of realistic people. It's been wonderful here. Also, I like the scar on Zeke's face is the Ace Attorney symbol. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's
is?
this
Yeah.
symbol.
Cool.
Heart Vortex also has a similar scar, but I think it's
Like
like
an X.
it's
Yeah,
just
it's
a
like an
full
X
X
looking thing.
instead of the like star shine, I guess. I think that's more of
Mm.
a sword, but like whatever.
You know.
But,
God.
like just this game, like
I love it, man.
It's
I
like
love
there's
it.
so much to work on with just this.
they kept Investigations 2 from us. They kept Brady's Attorney from us. What are they?
I
know
don't
what they're doing.
trust
Yeah.
Japan, man.
Like, they need to do better with their ads because, damn, dude.
How did this not sell?
Like, what are they it has to be more than the Phoenix thing because there's even just good story.
And
These
also,
people- Oh, go ahead.
go for it. You finish your thing first.
But there's like series where the characters are shit, but they're like, oh, yeah, this is what I wanted.
People actually just straight up say Spirit of Justice is a good game. Like, it just
Better than
isn't.
Trials, even.
Oh my
It just
God, dude.
isn't.
It's baffling.
This feels like a natural progression of quality.
I don't know. Maybe people don't know what a story is.
I don't know. Yeah, no. Like,
I
you
mean,
think that-
I think people are just like consumers, like, you know, the consumer
Yeah.
culture, where it's just like, oh, I bought the game, therefore it's good. Ha 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 ha.
That's why when I was like talking about with Investigations or like Apollo or something, like I can only remember the funny moments that we had, so I can't say for certain that the game is good.
you could probably remember. Like, there's probably something in each case that you distinctly remember about the case
Right.
itself that wasn't a joke.
Like for a
We haven't
for
had
sure-
jokes. We haven't had bits. We haven't had like a single bit yet.
No.
Oh my god.
Except memes, but that's when we
carried
start
over.
laughing.
That's
Me-
carried over.
Yeah.
We haven't had a single bit of a character that was like we've made. Anything's been carried over. We've just been genuinely engrossed in the story enough that we don't want. Like, we can't be making jokes right now. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah, like it's just like I'm trying to understand what's going on in the case.
Any jokes we come up are just character voices.
Yeah.
Because we're just, we're back to the point where we're like looking at a case seriously. Like, what happened here?
There's
And who did
intrigue.
it?
It's not just, oh, I've looked at the crime scene and like I can just figure it out by looking at the
And you're
crime
not
scene.
being babied either.
Yeah.
They're like,
you're going
figure it
into-
out.
You're going into a case with no evidence or no understanding of it. They throw you into the McGuilded case with nothing. McGuilded.
Wild, bro.
Gilded.
He
Wild.
used to call me McGundle.
Just wow, dude.
Also, they changed Fairplay's name. His name used to be Oscar, but now it's Bruce.
Oscar fair play.
And then Lady First was Adam Lady First, where his full last name was Lady First.
Hmm.
Beppo remains.
Beppo and
Beppo is
Beppo.
eternal.
Beppo's gonna fucking die. He's gonna get killed by what's his name, one of the
And
jurors.
I like the reasons why lies happen, where everything's not like it. Just Beppo just wanted to take a bit more money that night. That led to like stuff
Everything.
was proven- Like there's like multiple like interwoven lies to a case.
If Beppo didn't lie, then the juror wouldn't have fucking
Yeah.
changed its ideas of like, what the fuck? What do you mean there's more money?
That had nothing to do with the case at all. It was just a little other thing that was happening on the side.
Right.
They're fleshed out stories in each case.
I love it, man.
I don't want to leave it. I don't want to leave it.
I'm so tired though. Like,
Yeah.
And one last thing, the cornered is not used at all in that trial, and I appreciate that. Like, restraint.
Thank you, because I appreciate that, because like that was not a trial. We felt like we won.
Yeah, we didn't. There was nothing we earned that for.
Man,
no, we gotta earn that great turnabout.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know about you boys, but I'm fucking like out of it. I'm starving. I'm kind of getting tired.
That's why I was eating. That's why I've been eating.
So
when
Tuesday,
we will,
baby.
Do an assault case.
Assault
gonna die
with
later.
a deadly weapon, not a murder.
Yeah, that's what it said. Yeah.
Could escalate. It could escalate, but
probably
as of
gonna
right
end
now,
up
it's
dying.
assault with a. As of right now, it's assault with a deadly weapon. It hasn't escalated to murder yet, which
Fine.
is interesting.
Yeah. There's probably something to come with that.
It's
I don't know what to
insurance
do with
fraud.
my life. Yeah, it's insurance. What a way. Stab me in the back.
Made some fucking saw trap so she could stab herself in the back.
Right.
All right.